So Aries, let's have a look at the North Node activity for you, taking place between the 11th of January 2025, taking you all the way to the 27th of July 2026. Now, earlier in this video, I've detailed a lot about the North Node, like what is it? Is it even a planet? No. What kind of effect does it have? And so on and so forth, and really kind of fleshed out a lot of the basics about the North Node, going through each of the signs and how its cycle goes. In this particular forecast, this short forecast, what I'm looking at is how to make sense of it. So the first thing I want you to be aware of is the North Node is not a planet, it's a point, and it's part of a circle that takes, or a cycle that takes 18.9 years or something like that. You know, it's around 18, 19 years. Now, the North Node, the reason why there's some overlap here is to sort of show you that this is part of a cycle. You know, the North Node is just coming out of the sign of Aries and going into the sign of Pisces. After July 2026, it will be moving into Aquarius. Similarly, the South Node on the other side has just recently been, or is about to be released from the sign of Libra. It's now going to be in the sign of Virgo. And after that, it will be going into the sign of Leo. So there's the North Node and the South Node, and they're working together at the same time for very, very different reasons. First of all, we've got the North Node that is encouraging us to lean in. It's showing us where we need to be putting our attentions and energy, where life is kind of begging us to go to. And the South Node is showing us where we've already grown enough in this respect. And it's also showing us, you know, where we're kind of resting on our laurels and not able to develop too much more in this area. In fact, as I think quite a useful rule of thumb, you might want to ask yourself what was going on for you between the times of, say, June 2006 and December 2007, because that was what was going on the last time that the North Node was in the sign of Pisces and the South Node was in the sign of Virgo. So it gives you a kind of it gives you a reminder of the pattern that you go into during these times. Now, obviously, there were other astrological factors going on, but this is an 18-month cycle. You know, this journey throughout Pisces and Virgo is going on for 18 months. And during your last cycle between June 2006 and December 2007, you know, there would have been a kind of theme as to what was happening for you. And that is the same thing that's going on now. And that's what I'm going to express and share with you. So the leaning into the North Node then. So the North Node is always showing us where life is taking us and where we might choose to live our life through, you know, like how are we going to be doing it? And for you, it's really highlighting this very secretive part of your chart, which is kind of magical, actually, and also slightly unconscious. This part of your life is about the old unconscious patterns that you are living your life with on a day-to-day basis. It encapsulates all the things that you almost don't want to look at, the things that you are maybe a little bit afraid to kind of pull back the cover on and to check out. It's almost like the boogeyman or bogeyman, sorry, hidden underneath the bed, or you know how kids have like a slight fear of like looking behind doors and things, you know, when they're younger. So it's a bit like that. You know, what have you been hiding from yourself is likely to be uncovered during this 18-month period, but it doesn't have to be traumatic. That's the thing. I mean, when you're aware that that's where life is taking you, it's a good reminder to start the process gently and in as graceful way as you can. So, you know, the other key word I would say with this particular position in the sign of Pisces is that you're coming into a more intuitive time where the mystery of life is emphasized. All things to do with belief and faith, the afterlife, the tween life, you know, like the space between this reality and the next or the previous one, you know, all issues to do with past life, out of body experiences, near death experiences, you know, where you might go in and out of consciousness. That kind of space between the real and the unreal is where you're kind of exploring over the next 18 months. And I wonder, just again to refer you to the past, I wonder how you might have been doing that 18 to 19 years ago, and what kind of changes were you experiencing then, if you can remember. So, the North Node is usually giving us a bit of a roadmap. It's showing us where our karma is taking us. If you believe in karma, it's kind of like signaling our new blueprint. And in the sign of Pisces, it's really necessary to have a certain amount of fluidity, so things might seem unclear. It's not very a clear roadmap. If you're used to things being very linear, that's the thing of the past. In fact, what I want to refer to now is a little bit about the South Node, because that's always showing us what we're releasing. And so we're releasing things to do with the Virgo pattern. And the Virgo pattern is actually very linear. So anything that feels real, manifested, anything that seems to follow your narrative or your script for life, it's no longer serving you. It's brought you as far as it can. I really see that the South Node in Virgo is also saying, well, when you are going down one particular path, you're kind of blinkering yourself from other possibilities. And this is actually where the North Node in Pisces is helping you, because it's really saying there are a multitude of possibilities. There are more possibilities than you can possibly imagine. And so, you are in many respects learning how to navigate life from a multitude perspective, as opposed to a linear, clear and defined perspective. Now, there's some other things as well that I think really show up with these two signs, and also the fact that they're highlighting these parts of your astrology. So, for instance, with the South Node in Virgo, it really is epitomizing, the day-to-day flow of your life. And the South Node coming through this part of your sign is saying, look, you've been too organized. You've had such a strong routine. You have historically had quite a good plan, and you've organize yourself in a particular way. You might have focused a lot more on your physical health, your manifested reality, i.e. everything to do with the physical, i.e. going to work, earning money, buying the things that you think you might need. And the Pisces side, which is where you're meant to be, or where you're encouraged to focus on, that's where the North Node is giving you new lessons to apply in your life. It's bringing you out of the rational mind and the manifested reality and into this kind of liminal space where you could be manifesting something from the power of your heart, your intuition, your unconscious mind, from releasing the unconscious patterns that have kept your behavior in a strong, linear, rational way. And it's about using and engaging with the imagination. Also, in kind of opposition to the idea of the physical manifested health that you're experiencing in your body, the North Node in the sign of Pisces is really focusing on your spiritual body, your emotional health, your soul health. What's going on for you in your mind and your belief systems? How can you get healthy with your belief systems? So this 18-month period is perfect actually for reprogramming your mind in particular, in such a way that your unconscious mind and patterns are creating a much more resilient health. Because I think there is a balance between these 2 points. And, as the South Node is coming into the sign of Virgo, it's really asking you, look, it's okay, but you need to take your foot off the gas here. And you need to come right off the actual roadmap itself and start intuitively exploring. Now, there are some times when these themes are coming up more strongly than others. Remember, it's not something that you do in one day. This is an 18-month cycle, part of a cycle. And so the strongest amount of learning, according to the North Node and the South Node, are taking place between January and April of 2025. So we're moving into that time right now, as we're going through a series of conjunctions with the North Node. And that's when we're really leaning into the imagination. You could say the law of attraction as well, because, you are manifesting from a place of psychic energy. But there are the conjunctions between the Sun and the North Node, Mercury and the North Node 3 times, because there's a retrograde going on. Venus conjuncting the North Node, again, that's going to happen 3 times. And so these 3 planets and their conjunctions with the North Node are going to be really emphasizing all lessons to do with, are you using the full capability of your imagination, your intuitive skills, your psychic skills, your clairaudiency, clairvoyancy, and so on and so forth. This is a great time to actively engage in those things, because I always think that when there's an abundance of a certain energy, the more you're using it consciously, the less it's likely to overwhelm you. And obviously with all this happening, it could be quite overwhelming to be living in such an unscripted time. Now, there's a couple of other conjunctions coming up with the North Node, and that is also with Saturn and also with Neptune. And Saturn and Neptune are really going to be dancing around this spot in this year ahead. So there's a lot of activity between January and April 2025. I would say these are the busiest times of this actual particular year ahead. Now, during that time, it gets more dynamic between the 14th and the 29th of March, because that's when we've got that season's worth of eclipses. So we've got a solar eclipse and we've also got a lunar eclipse, which also relate to the new moon and the full moon. And if you wanted to see that a little bit more, you can understand things from the first part of this video. I talk more about the astronomical look of how the nodes are calculated. But anyway, yeah, it's very dynamic from the 14th to the 29th of March. Now, the next most potent part of this particular nodal cycle, and that would be between July and October of 2025, when the personal planets, and we've got Mars involved this time, are in opposition to the North Node and they're connecting to the South Node. So again, you'll have the Sun connecting with the South Node in opposition to the North Node. You'll have the Mercury and Venus and Mars connecting to the South Node in opposition to the North Node. And so when you've got the personal planets connecting to the South Node, it's really showing you that you're releasing some of your personal beliefs, your personal characteristics, and you're letting go of those. I should also say the moon is also going to be making a conjunction to the South Node and the new moon, and the North Node every single month of this year. So they are also very, very potent times as well. I haven't included the moon in that, but yeah, with the Sun, Mercury, Venus and Mars all conjuncting the South Node during the time of July to October, there's going to be a lot of things that you're releasing from your life. I think Mars is the one that goes first, and so like Mars, it's really showing you what physical things are existing in your life that are really unnecessary. It might be talking more about your health and how you can physically let go of old patterns. You know, with Mercury, we're talking possibly about mind, communications, travel, and the kind of busyness that you might have going on. You might have patterns of being kept busy that you're about to release. With Venus, it could be to do with who you're relating to, how you're relating to them, and you've learned something. The Sun, about your personality, your aura, your energy, what people know you for. So, you know, there is a deep shedding going on between July and October. And then, you know, the personal planets are coming back into the conjunctions with the North Node between February and March. It happens a bit sooner in 2026 because the North Node will have already moved quite a way through the sign of Pisces. So yeah, you'll have the conjunctions between the Sun, etc., etc. Again, it's stimulating the idea of what have I learned during this? How have I used my intuition to prosper? How has my emotional, spiritual, and mental well-being improved? Have I released some of my fears? Have I unlocked some of my past? And how have I applied that? How is it helping me heal? So there's a lot going on between understanding the role of your physical reality and then kind of deconstructing your physical reality and experiencing that. You know, sometimes we have to unravel a ball of wool to really see where the original knot came in. You know, it's like you're doing a puzzle. In fact, earlier in this video, I think I described it like trying to put a puzzle together and the pieces keep jumping out. And then as you are putting them back together, you realize the picture on the puzzle is also changing. So, I mean, these are absolutely fluid, multi-dimensional times we're going into. And, you know, I do think there's going to be a lot more material that you can listen to on YouTube, on all sorts of social media channels. There's going to be loads cropping up just because the North Node is going into this time. It is like there is a groundswell of intuition, optimism, faith in the future. I've got a couple of key words that I want to just kind of, you know, hand out to you. It's like the first one is faith to not have it all mapped out, and faith in the unknown. You know, so really this is you developing faith in the unknown and faith in your own spiritual unraveling and your own spiritual process. So I hope that helps. Last thing I just want to cover, and this is really feeding into the January to April time. You know, we are in quite a changing, turbulent time. As we entered this new year, Mars was already going retrograde from Leo and into the sign of Cancer, and you know, he's going to go direct from the 24th of February. So leading up to the actual dynamic time, you know, of the eclipses, Mars is straightening out. So, you know, at the beginning of January, leading up towards the last week in February, you might not be feeling so strong in your physical body. Don't be alarmed by that. You know, take this information and think, okay, well, how can I strengthen up my body gently and in a relaxed way? It's more about creating new behaviors and belief systems about yourself and your physical body than actually going and pumping weights. But you might choose to do something relaxing and nourishing like steams and saunas, but also yoga, and connecting the imagination and the meditative effects and connecting them to your physical body. So it's like gentle fitness. Your energy will come back. And then we've got Venus going retrograde from, I think, 9 or 10 degrees in the sign of Aries back to about 24 to 26 degrees in the sign of Pisces. And so Venus is like the midpoint of this opposition is really here, right on the cusp between these two signs. And Mercury is also doing the same. He's going retrograde from the same position as Venus, going back and going direct from pretty much the same position as Venus. And so the two of them are really stimulating this point here. You know, this 0 degrees of Aries point is so super strong. So, you know, this is such a strong point in an Aries life. You know, Venus is changing the way we're relating to people, and Mercury about our communications and our feeling of being able to move from A to B and feeling kind of, you know, I always think of Mercury as our synapses, you know, how all our processes are going in our brain. And so, you know, during this time, in particular from the 2nd of March right the way through until actually the 13th of April, both of these finally clear. Venus starts and ends either side of Mercury's retrograde. So, you know, from the 2nd of March to the 7th of April is a time when you are repatterning your life in quite a strong way, and it is fitting into this North Node in Pisces. One last thing I do want to share is if you have some kind of ongoing goal of doing something more of a new agey feel, something that is more about holistic health and well-being, then this is your time to really understand where your motivations are coming from, where your key skills are. It's a fantastic time to relearn, to study, to kind of dig in. You know, this, you know, the North Node going through this part of your chart is also very, very private. And so it might also be a time when you're kind of tucking away, getting comfy and learning and giving yourself peace and space to really be. So again, just to reiterate, this Jan to April time in 2025 is really crucial that you give yourself time to relax into these energies and use them. So there you go, Aries. I hope that has been helpful for you. And I hope this particular nodal cycle is going to take you to a whole new place and really evolve and move on your life for you. So there you go. Lots of love, and catch you another time. Bye for now. Hey there, Taurus. So this is a short forecast talking very much about the benefits and maybe how you might handle the incoming North Node cycle, the nodal cycle, where the North Node has moved from Aries into the sign of Pisces, and the South Node has moved from the sign of Libra and into the sign of Virgo. Now, you'll see that the North Node and the South Node are in oppositions to each other. They're always like that. And, you know, they have an effect, like we're leaning into Pisces and we're releasing the message of the South Node. Now, I've made these a little bit overlapping to really show that this is part of an ongoing cycle. So, you know, the North Node was in the sign of Aries from July 2023, and then it's moving into the sign of Pisces on the 11th of January 2025, and it will be going into the sign of Aquarius 18 months on, around the 27th of July 2026. So, you know, this is an 18-month kind of window of opportunity. Now, it doesn't always feel like opportunity. The North Node can give us some very big karmic lessons, you know, where we're really given a kick up the backside to get a move on in some way. And in the sign of Pisces, what's really coming out is that we're needing to step away from the very rational Virgoan state, which has us living in a clear, linear reality, and maintaining a really strong narrative about ourselves, in particular about what you're creating, how life lifts you up, what you need to feel elevated and enhanced. And it's also romantic, it's also sexual, but it's what's generated from you. So, for instance, the South Node in the 5th is really I think showing you what you've been birthing from, I don't know, I'm drawn to my sacral or even my root, but I'm really going to my sacral chakra. You know, it really feels like what have you been birthing? What have you been responsible for birthing? What, from what you're, all the things that you've been birthing, where are they bringing you joy? And the rationality about it, you know, the strongly held beliefs that if I do this with my children, or if I do this with my, or if I do this with my project, you know, all this sort of self-creation, this is going to lead me in a particular direction. But as the South Node comes into the sign of Virgo, the emphasis is really on the North Node and in collaboration with other people. It's in co-creation. So, yeah, this is where it could get quite disorganized. And, you know, from an earthy Taurian perspective, that can sound a little bit scary and actually quite off-putting. However, there is a kind of method to this madness. And it's, like I said, it's 18 months. You know, it's not the rest of your life. It's a cycle. It's not done in one day. You know, it takes place over many months. You know, before I go further, I just want to take you back to maybe what you were doing between June 2006 to December 2007. What kind of changes were going on for you? Because that was the last time the North Node was going through the sign of Pisces for you and the South Node in the sign of Virgo. You know, how were you moving out of your self-creation and being in your own kind of weird and wacky and wonderful way? How were you collaborating more with other people, with friends, with networks? You know, were there powerful things coming in, like powerful collaborative connections that were moving you through life? You know, how was that happening? I also, seeing as it's very close to your 10th, and that is where it will be moving after. Did you notice that from December 2007 to June or July of 2009, just to get this right in my head, did you find thereafter that you know, the recent collaborations were moving you to a stronger career or a stronger sense of direction? Because what this North Node in this area of your chart is highlighting is that the time of having a clear path is actually not over, but it's changed. Anywhere where you've been relying on a clear timeline of creation, a clear timeline of what to do with your creations, a clear timeline of how your romance, your romantic life, your sexual life needs to occur, that's changing. the thing to embrace now is that you're creating with multiple people, and as such there is no wrong or right, and all the judgments that you might have about the way other people are creating is part of the process. There's some important learning to go on. I mean, if you're independent, I have to say I find this kind of time actually quite frustrating because other people might not work as effectively as you. They might be more calamitous than you, but there is still something in it. Their contributions and their friendship and their energy is the thing that's going to be lighting you up, not so much what's coming from you. It's like other people are feeding your muse. So it may well get unclear in these 18 months. You might find that this intuitive and magical path is quite mysterious, where you can't quite see the clarity. It feels quite confusing. So this is a time, I also think, that brings up more about your beliefs, your faith, and possibly communicating with people and connecting with people at different stages of their life, even people in their afterlife, or between life, so the North Node in the sign of Pisces really unlocks our psychic potential and our psychic awareness. But this is really, I think the 11th is very much about collaboration and connection and hearing the stories of the people you're connected to. Now, they might not be real life people. You may well be connecting into lots of different energy fields that are collaborating with you. So, this is a very strong time if you believe in the law of attraction, because, there's a lot to be manifested right now. Your manifestation power is kind of rising up exponentially. So, yeah, the first thing I would do if I was in your shoes entering into this time is get my law of attraction on a lot more and do everything I can to stay in the right manifestational awareness. How can you get into the best awareness state? How can your friendships lift you up? Can you link in with friendships that are manifestation based so that you can be bouncing off each other? This is about the spontaneity and the joyfulness that comes from your relationships, and it's going to bring in a lot of learning. So yeah, this is coming away from the independent creation, knowing that you do it best, and actually moving into a place where actually better might be less concise, less organized, but there are going to be some richer lessons to observe. Again, I refer you back to what you were doing between June 2006 to December 2007. Now, these are the times when these lessons are stronger. So the North Node is going to be going through this part of your chart literally until July of 2026, just as the South Node is moving across here. But between January and April, the personal planets, i.e. the Sun, Mercury and Venus, not Mars, Mars is in a different part of the chart, but the Sun, Mercury and Venus in particular are going to be making conjunctions to the North Node between January and April. In particular, Venus and Mercury are going to go into the sign of Aries, crossing the North Node. Then they're going to go back into Pisces, crossing the North Node a second time, and then they're both going to go into Aries a third time, crossing the North Node for a third time. So this is a very strongly reactive part of your chart. In fact, if you know how to read your chart and you've got anything around 26, 27, 28, 29 degrees in the sign of Pisces or 0 Aries, there's going to be a lot of karmic learning going on. There's going to be things that are moving you forwards, but it might not always feel easy. It might feel like things aren't in your hands anymore. And my key words for this particular moment in time, this particular cycle, is to have faith in the unknown, faith to not have it mapped out, which for a lot of people, it's just going to sound horrific. But actually, it's the faith that we're really building on right now. We are building our own resources in faith. And in particular with you, you're building resources to have faith in other people, to have faith in the team, to have faith in the tribe, to have faith in your extended family, and your friends and your networks, to have faith in humans, in humanity. So this is a restoration of your faith, and the lessons needed to be able to do that can come in a variety of different ways, and very much unstructured. So yeah, January to April is super strong. Also during this time, Neptune is going to be crossing over the North Node, and also Saturn is gearing up, coming into a conjunction with the North Node. And so, Saturn is bringing up these very strong life lessons to do with the structures, how you structure your life, and Neptune crossing the North Node and really dancing around the area of the North Node in this year ahead is really encouraging us to refer to our spirit, refer to our higher self at a much deeper level. So yeah, Jan to April is intense, really intense. Now it gets even more dynamic than that, because during this January to April time, the 3 personal planets that go retrograde are also retrograde during this time. Not all at the same time. There is a little gap, but Mars is retrograde. He's already retrograde as we go into 2025, and is retrograde until the 24th of February. Now he's doing it down here in this part of your chart. So you might find that you're not feeling so physically active out and about in your local community, the sort of local way and mannerisms and habits that you have in your community, like meeting up with friends and kind of being organized and kind of being here, there and everywhere. That might be curtailed a bit. You might not be so physical in that respect. You might not feel very strong to protect yourself in your community. You might feel a little bit frail. That will get stronger from the 24th of February, when your energy levels should start to soar again, and you'll feel like you know what your purpose within your community is. That's great. And then we've got this window between the 24th of February and the 2nd of March, which isn't a big window, but there's, no personal retrogrades. And then Venus is going retrograde from 9 or 10 degrees in the sign of Aries back to about 24 to 26 degrees in the sign of Pisces. I can't remember the exact degrees that she's going from and to, because Mercury is also going from and to them, give or take 1 degree of each other. So Venus goes retrograde, crossing over the North Node. Mercury goes retrograde, crossing over the North Node. Then Mercury goes forwards again, and then Venus goes forwards again. So the period between the 12th of March until the 13th of April is also, there's a lot going on, and this one is really hitting us personally, because I don't have much Taurus in my chart. So yeah, how you relate to others, which is very much about Venus, and how you are thinking about your previous relationships, probably previous friendships as well, given that it's the 11th house. That's really strong. You'll be reviewing some of your business contacts, your collaborations, the networks that you've been part of. Sorry if you can hear my cat yowling in the background. I don't know what's going on with her at the moment. I will see to her shortly. Mercury going retrograde in this part of your chart is also creating a little bit of tension between you and the people that you're communicating with. So, even though life is kind of putting you in this space of other people and networks to collaborate and to create things together with them, it feels during this time that when you're in communication that you can't get a clear view of what they're saying. It feels very much like jelly, but persist with it. There are core skills that you're learning during this time that you haven't refined or brought forward, so this is helping you. And there's stuff to be creating with other people. Now, during during this time as well, the last piece of the puzzle between the 14th and the 29th of March, that's when it gets super dynamic. Now, I haven't mentioned the role of the moon, and obviously the role of the moon is actually very important with the North Node. But, if you want to, understand that, I explain that in part 1, where I really talk about how the North Node is calculated. But during this time, the moon is going to cross over the North Node and cross over the South Node every single month. But between the 14th and the 29th of March, there's also 2 eclipses. So we've got a full moon eclipse, we've got a new moon eclipse, i.e. we've got a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse. And of course, these are creating points of dynamic evolution where you're going through some kind of really big change. It's not just you. We're all doing it in our different ways. But, you know, I think between the 14th and 29th of March and really leading up until the 13th of April, worldwide, we're going through some big, it's almost like we're going into a whole new era or epoch. It just feels like, boy, oh my God, what was going on? So yeah, hold on to your hats. You might want to ease off on heavy plans around those times and, you know, create more time to just hang out and enjoy yourself with your collaborative friends. You know, this isn't a time to necessarily go solo, but it's also not a time to be on your own to kind of work it out. Like long conversations with people, walks with people, you know, like meditative things that you can do socially, I think would be very helpful. Now, between July and October, the personal planets, including Mars this time. So we've got Mars, we've got the Sun, Mercury and Venus. Thankfully, no retrogrades. Well, actually, there will be a Mercury retrograde during this point. But between July and October, they will be making an opposition to the North Node and a connection to the South Node. Now, if you remember, the South Node is what we were releasing. So during this time, you might be releasing some of your old habits of being too rational about your creations, being too guarded about your creations, being too linear maybe with your children or your projects, and really wanting to be controlling over the creative aspects in your life. You know, there will be different challenges and you'll be releasing some of the stranglehold that you might have over those aspects. And during that time, you know, the most dynamic part of that is between the 7th and the 21st, when we've got the eclipse season again. And, you know, there's a much greater, emphasis on there. Now, obviously, the personal planets keep on moving. And then by January of 2026, we're gearing up to the last point, and that really happens between February and March of 2026. So January, we can feel it coming, but it's really between February and March. Now, the reason why it's not later on in March is because the North Node by this point has moved, you know, substantially and is coming to, the latter part of its time in the sign of Pisces. So there will be a conjunction between the Sun and Mercury and Venus. I can't remember if there is with Mars at that particular point. It depends on, you know, Mars has a much longer and slower orbit. But yeah, that's when we're leaning back into the magic and mystery of life and how you can create more with other people. So there you go. Oh, and the intense times are actually between the 17th and the 17th of February and the 3rd of March, because that is when the 2026 spring, if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, eclipse happens. So I hope that's helpful in giving you some dates when you're more likely to be leaning in, more likely to be releasing, and also the dynamic dates when there's lots of change going on in the world, and also when you might want to calm down your life a little bit and observe it a bit more. I've also given you the times of when the North Node was in this last, was last here, going through the same cycles. That was June 2006 to December 2007. Anything you can remember from that time to do with living with the magical, the intuitive, the creative, in particular in reference to the people around you, that will help you. All of those lessons you can remember from that time will really benefit you as you're coming into this time. And if you are quite a collaborative Taurus, this is actually giving you the thumbs up to do more of it. Just know that there's going to be a lot more learning involved in it. And as you're learning it, it's going to be moving you on exponentially, like really pushing you forwards. And, it will be moving into the part of your career from July 2026. So everything that you're building up with your resources, your shared resources between you and other people, can set you up for a much more consistently strong time from July 2026. So I hope that's helpful for you, Taurus. Again, if you want to know more about the North Node and the Sabian symbols and things like that, check out the first part of this video. But anyway, lots and lots of love to you. Have a great nodal time in Pisces, and catch you another time. Bye for now. Hey there, Gemini. So this is your forecast to understand the effects of having the North Node going through the sign of Pisces for you. That's up here. And also the South Node going through the sign of Virgo. So this is part of an 18.9, like 18, 19 year cycle, where this point, the North Node, goes through one sign and another and another. And this South Node is always exactly opposite the North Node, and is also making its journey. If you want to know how that point is calculated or anything else about it associated with this reading, the deeper dive is in part 1 of this video. So always look out for that. It's all chaptered as well, so you can kind of cherry pick the bits you want and bits you don't want. In this forecast, what I'm really talking about is how to work with the North Node and the South Node to be able to experience the maximum amount of growth. Because the North Node has a lot to do with our karma. If you believe in karma, you may not, but the course of our life, the destiny, the roadmap, the blueprint for living, I think has a lot to do with the North Node and how you're using the North Node as it moves through your chart. It's really showing you the lessons that you're due to be learning and how you might learn them, and also at the same time what you might be releasing and completely letting go of and freeing yourself up. Now, I do need to just like get this out right at the start. You might find this a bit challenging in some places, because one of the things about the South Node, which is really showing us what we're releasing from, there's the rational side of Virgo, the rational side. It's, Virgo is another Gemini, it's another Mercury ruled sign. Your sign, Gemini, is also ruled by Mercury. So, one of the things that the South Node is releasing us from is the comfort that you get with being in your real mercurial state. And the Mercury state is, I think, really great with facts and figures, with understanding language, with being sort of in these very linear conversations with lots of people multiple times over. You're really strong in the mind. And actually, the North Node is encouraging you to get out of your rational mind. So that's my that's my big confession about this energy is, you might feel a little bit, a little bit shocked and a little bit like standoffish, to hear that you're going to kind of let go of your comfort zone somewhat. Apologies for that. It's not my decision, obviously. This is just as I'm sort of interpreting it. Now you'll see that these wedges go from the sign before to the sign after. I really wanted to illustrate, just to remind you, this is part of a cycle. So I'm recording this on the 9th of January, and the North Node is still only just in the sign of Aries, and the South Node is just in the sign of Libra. And then they're moving across on the 11th of January into the sign of Pisces, and it's going to be there until the 27th of July, 2026. So we've got a good 18 months or so of this energy taking place. And so, yeah, we're going to be encouraged to lean into this energy. Now, before I talk more about this energy, I want to ask you, what was your experience of life during the last time of the North Node in Pisces and the South Node in Virgo? Now, these are the dates. I haven't done it to the exact date, but June 2006 until December 2007. So what themes were going on for you during those times? What were you doing in your life? Because this position for the North Node and South Node, the way it's lined up in your chart, is aligning to two very important houses. The first one is the 10th house, which is all about your career, your standing, your legacy, you as an adult making it in the world. It's about your rising up. It's about your status in life. And then the South Node is very much about your home, how you live, the people you live with, and where you live. And so having the North Node coming into your career is showing you leaning more into your career, leaning more into your personal development to raise your status and possibly your level of influence, money, your reach. And then the South Node in the fourth is really showing you that your insistence in like gripping onto your home is actually kind of counterproductive. You know, the South Node is showing us where we are kept locked up. It's showing us where we've already kind of learnt our lessons. We know what to do. We know how to do it. But where we're kind of gripping onto it, i.e. the home and the family for you, it's like you're not really growing anymore. It feels like you're stagnating. The evolution, like the spiritual growth, isn't coming through so much. And so it's asking you to come out of your comfort zone at home and to push yourself a little bit more in terms of your manifested career-based reality. So again, taking you back to June 2006 to December 2007, what was going on for you? How did that manifest for you? Did you notice changes? Like for me, that happened the last I'm just trying to take myself back to, not to the last time that the moon, the North Node was in Pisces, and the South Node was in Virgo. But one thing I did realize is that the last time I had the North Node in my 10th house and the South Node in my 4th house, I actually moved home. I didn't have like a nuclear family around me, but I split with my partner at that time. I'm not saying it's going to happen to you, by the way, but I did a lot of moving and moved into a house that was more related to the career I was in. So my career changed. It took me back to a previous cycle within work that I had loved in the past. So there was a feeling of following a definite cycle. And feeling really on my path with that. And it also, because my career was doing quite well and it was quite unusual at that time, I actually moved to live in the place of where I was working. So you can see that's how it manifested when the North Node was last in my 10th house and the South Node in my 4th. So I'm wondering again, what kind of changes, does that ring any bells for you from 2006 to 2007? These kinds of themes are likely to come up during this nodal position. So, with Pisces then, this is encouraging you to believe in your career more, believe in what you can create, to be more imaginative and intuitive about your output. It also means you need to be a lot more fluid with your career. So if you've got it mapped out tightly, like I'm going to do this here and this here, and be very sort of like tightly controlled about it, that's not likely to work so well. When you can see all the things around you that you like and love and want to include in your career and just hold them as possibilities, like it's like possibility thinking is probably the most dynamic and interesting way you could manage your career right now. So it's like, see all the possibilities, open yourself up, to the fluidity of not knowing when things are going to drop into place, but just have the faith that if you can see it, if you can plan it in your mind, it will come to pass. And life will be dropping those pieces in at just the right time. Now, in terms of your home, again, you're being asked to let go of the control that you have in your family life and in the way you're managing your home. You're being asked or encouraged to kind of step out of it a little bit. Because when you're looking at things from the magic of potentials and possibilities, your home life can also be transformed. So anywhere where you're being too controlling over how life is going right now, can you let that go? Can you completely say, do you know what, life, I am in your hands? Now, again, I did caveat that earlier in this reading that you might struggle with this if you want to be rational and linear. So, You might choose, and this might help you manage this kind of energy in a way that works for you. You might find that things like journaling become really helpful, or having a structured daily meditative practice. You know, you might take yourself on guided meditations, on journeys to explore different aspects of your career and aspects of your home, so that you feel like you do have some kind of control or some kind of routine that might help you. But ultimately, it feels like life is more about the collaboration and about coming off the script. So how can you enjoy yourself and enjoy this process in a very unscripted way? When I was referring back to the time when I moved into where I was working, I had absolutely zero idea that that was lined up or that that was a possibility. But at that time, I was going through such an upheavalist time. I was a lot more open to lots of possibilities. And it was a dream. You know, it was a great opportunity, highly unusual. It came in from a friend, actually, of my ex. It came in, you know, from keeping my communications flowing and just being open to possibility. And to do that, I had to really dispel the narrative of how I was supposed to live my life and organize myself. You know, I had to take a risk to have this new job, and this new job gave me new freedoms. It gave me an interesting way of earning money, and it was really transforming. And it was that gave me the break to get back on my own home life track again. So yeah, there are these like repeating patterns that come up, but again, keeping open to new ideas. And even when something completely new comes in that might take you off your career trajectory, it might not make sense to you as of like last month or 2 months ago, but in this 18-month period, you might realize that this kind of sidestep actually might be what you need. So, you know, just keep your vision open. And yeah, my keywords for this is faith, to not have it mapped out, have faith in the unknown. So really, this is teaching you how to be like calm with the spiritual evolution of your destiny. Oh, that sounds pretty magnificent, isn't it? You know, the spiritual evolution of your destiny. So you're learning things about that during this 18-month period. Now, as all periods go, there are some times that are stronger with this theme and sometimes that aren't. So let me share those with you now. Because it's an 18-month cycle, it's not all happening straight away. You know, this is happening. It takes 18 months because it takes a long time to learn things. So the strongest time of this whole thing is actually kind of coming in January to April of 2025. And that is when we've got the Sun, we've got Mercury, we've got Venus. They're all coming over the North Node, moving from Pisces into the sign of Aries. Now, it just so happens that both Venus and Mercury are then also from the same point as well, a couple of weeks apart from each other. They're then going to go retrograde back over the North Node and into Pisces. Then a short while later, they're both going to go at the same place, forwards again from Pisces over the North Node and back into Aries. So this North Node, this kind of karmic life lesson point, is going to be activated by the Sun, Mercury 3 times, Venus 3 times, and also like the Moon is going to go over it every month regardless. But you're also going to have Neptune and the North Node cross. Now, this really is infrequent. This happens literally once every 18 years or so, 18, 19 years. So this is strong. This is a really unusual quality, an unusual thing to occur. And you know, it's really in between this place of your career and also how you're sharing it with other people and how you're collaborating. So you're learning probably very creative, collaborative career lessons around this time. And also, you know, because Neptune's involved, it feels like it's part of your spiritual evolution. So, you know, this might be about getting you on the path of the right career. So you feel like you're working and living through your life with a really kind of almost I don't know, like angelic like presence. It is about you coming into the purpose of why you're here. I mean, it's really intense. And then Saturn is also going to be crossing the North Node too. Now, Saturn and Neptune are going to be dancing around this point for a long time. I will talk about those in another episode at some point. But yeah, Saturn connects with the North Node. There's some harsh learning. We're taught about responsibility. So there might be something coming up about your career, where, have you been responsible for your career properly? Have you left anything unturned? Did you forget to do something that might have big ramifications? So always watch out for that. During that time as well, there is the first eclipse season taking place in this North Node, and that's between the 14th and 29th of March. So that is also very, very strongly felt. Then the next most intense time is between July and October of 2025, when the Sun, Venus, Mercury, and this time Mars as well, are all making an opposition to the North Node and connecting to the South Node. So you're coming into a place of rationality at home. You're coming into a place where you're trying to organize and control things at home more, trying to get back on track. And it's a time to release. It might be a time when you move home, or, change how you're living in the home, or change who you're living with. There are changes going on at home and things for you to release at a personal level. It might just be beliefs about what a good home looks like, feels like. I don't know. Obviously, you're living your life. You know better than I do. Now, during that time, the most, intense part of that is between the 7th and 21st of September, when we've got our second eclipse pairing during this whole cycle. And then the very last point that is super, super strong with this particular nodal pattern is between February and March of 2026, when the Sun, definitely Mercury and Venus are coming into conjunctions again with the North Node, this time a bit sooner because the North Node has also shifted along. The last thing then to know about that one is that between the 17th and the 17th of February and the 3rd of March, that's when it gets super dynamic. So that last one, between Feb and March, is a very, very dynamic. There's a lot of change kind of slipping in during that time, and for other reasons too, which I'll be mentioning in another video. Last thing I'm going to share with you then, and that is that between January and April, we really do need to have our wits about us, because there are three retrogrades going on, all with the three personal planets that go retrograde. Venus and Mars only go retrograde every couple of years. Mercury 3 times a year. As we come in on January, Mars is retrograde down here until the 24th of Feb. So you may well feel that you don't have much energy in terms of how to earn money and how to move forwards. And you might feel like you don't have much you're lackluster at the moment. That energy will come back, and you will start to get your mojo back about sort of earning money. You might find during this time that your self-esteem is kind of dipped a bit, in terms of your belief in yourself, your self-confidence. And obviously that does fit into this idea about your career. And then Venus and Mercury going retrograde between both of them go retrograde between the 2nd of March and the 13th of April. So really the first part of this year is a time of intense change, intensely repurposing how you think about yourself and also your role, your purpose to play in the world at large. So there you go, Gemini. I hope that was helpful for you. I hope this nodal cycle of the North Node in Pisces, the South Node in Virgo goes beautifully for you. So lots and lots of love to you. Take care and catch you another time. Bye for now. Hey there, Cancer. So if you're getting the sense that there's some change coming, it's probably because the North Node's about to change signs. So let's have a deeper look. So the North Node is always working in collaboration with the South Node. So here's the North Node. Here's the South Node. And one is showing us where we're moving towards and leaning into. And one is showing us sort of karmically what we're releasing, what we no longer need. In many respects, the position of the North Node is showing us our roadmap, our blueprint. It's describing how we might choose to go about life, and what we might need to be learning. Now, it's a continuous cycle. that takes around about 18 to 19 years. And it's just coming out of the sign of Aries, where it's been for 18 months. It's going to go through Pisces from the 11th of January 2025 until the 27th of July 2026. And then it will go into the sign of Aquarius. Hence, I've given a little overlap on either side. Similarly, the South Node is just releasing itself from Libra, going into Virgo, where it's going to spend the next 18 months roughly before moving into Leo. So we've got the direction of travel and what we're releasing. Now, why is this so important to you as a Cancerian? Or somebody with Cancer rising? The thing that I think is most important is to recognize that Cancer is ruled by the moon. The North Node is a calculation made because of the moon's cycle, in particular its tilt, in comparison with the journey of the sun. I speak about all sorts of stuff about the North Node in the beginning part of this video. So if you want to know more of an astronomical view and a lot more info, go there. But, from your perspective, it's highlighting its current journey, it's highlighting your need for adventure, your need for change, your need for expansion, your need to expand the mind and maybe study, dive into something and take it beyond the realms of where you would normally go. Similarly, it's changing your stuckness around your community and the narrative that you're currently living your life by. So to me, it feels like you don't want to stick with the ordinary. You want to go with the extraordinary. You're not wanting to stay safe and play it close to home. You're wanting to go on an adventure. So really, really interesting time for you. Now, one of the things that you might feel excited about, but also slightly cautious about, given your emotional disposition, is that, the way this North Node is going, it's in Pisces. And so the North Node is encouraging you to express yourself and live life in a much more magical, much more mysterious, beliefs and faith-led way. Your intuition is going to become just so much more important to you during this time. But anywhere where you're holding on to really hard judgments like right and wrong and good and bad and light and dark and this, that, and the other, it's not serving you. And so the encouragement of the North Node in Pisces is that you suspend it all and that you come into a place of absolute possibilities. Now, what this means is your life plan, your life blueprint, how you think your life is about to go, it's likely to look a bit muddy, a bit unclear, a little bit kind of up in the air. And actually, that's what is going on for this 18-month period. Now, I want you to cast your mind back to what you were doing between June 2006 and December 2007, because that's the last time that the North Node was going through Pisces and the South Node was going through Virgo. What things were happening to you in terms of how your beliefs about how the world works versus what you're discovering about the world and how it might be opening up to you? Did you leap forwards in a sort of empirical way? Did your spirituality, your religion really come on during that time, for instance? How did you feel at home? Did you notice that your community was supportive of your new way of being? Did you feel maybe a little judged within your local community? All of those themes are coming back to be embraced and to understand from a whole new perspective. Now, I want to talk a bit about releasing from the South Node, because these two both go hand in hand, absolutely. And so releasing from the South Node, you're being encouraged, or the South Node is really calling for you to drop anything that is clear and linear. Like the sign of Virgo is really rational. It's ruled by Mercury. And so, it likes to know what it's doing, when it's doing it, how it's doing it. It likes to move very fast in between lots of things. The sign of Virgo also wants to do good. There's a whole bunch of do-gooding activity associated with Virgoan types. And good for you, Virgos, by the way, if you're watching. If you've got something very strong in Virgo, but you're a Cancer, you may well resonate to that. The Virgo energy is absolutely about getting things fit for purpose, correcting mistakes, fixing things. And yet, when the South Node goes through the sign of Virgo, it's not the time to embrace that. It's actually keeping you stuck in your comfort zone. So anywhere in your local environment, with your local friends, in your local community, in your kind of like day-to-day existence, and all of the knowledge that you got from your childhood, most likely from your first key bit of education, anything that is keeping you in your comfort zone is not growing you right now. And the North Node, South Node polarity is really to help you shift forwards. I would say there's a very strong impulse from the nodes to shift you from where you've been to who you're becoming. So there's a lot to do with becoming associated with following the North Node. Now, the North Node path isn't always easy, and you might choose to have a look in your birth chart and see where your North Node is, for instance, what sign it's in. Is it in a conjunction with any of your planets or angles? But for now, I'm just talking about where in your chart it's likely to be impacting. And it is encouraging you to be a lot more woo-woo and a lot more into faith in the unknown, like to be ready to not have everything planned out. So you might well notice that things get a little bit sticky around your local friends, and possibly a little more unreliable, given that you've got reliability built into your friendships, to your local community, the kind of activities that you do, the way you kind of transact at work and stuff. To me, it feels like your natural routines will be quite, I don't know, there will be a natural flow to them that kind of makes sense and everything is in its place. Well, that's not really how it's going to be going over the next 18 months. Really, you almost need to have, rather than a linear plan, you almost need to have a multi-dimensional plan where you see all the things that you might want to do, but you're not scheduling them in. You're not even trying to schedule them in. You're just kind of holding things as a possibility, which, if you are somebody that needs the security of having really stable plans, that's going to be quite a shift. And it's likely to bring up a lot of sort of discomfort around having things kind of jump out of the dark at you, So what I notice with this kind of energy, and because I've got a lot of Pisces in my chart, is that the things you leave hanging, they kind of, especially if you've put some good feeling with them in your mind, they really start to come alive. Life starts to work with your plans. I would say it's very much like the law of attraction or manifestation, but it's more than that. This isn't about manifesting hard things, like solid things. This is about manifesting an experience, manifesting a deeper knowledge, and also a feeling that your life is opening up. And so it's not really specifically aimed towards anything, but it's opening up your whole experience and bandwidth. So there's a lot of things going on there. So what I want to do now is just to let you know the times when you're really needing to lean into the magic and mystery of the North Node, and the times when you really need to kind of step away from the North Node and embrace actually what's going on with the releasing of the Virgo South Node. So, this is an 18-month process, and it's not all done in one day. What I do notice is that as the North Node goes into a new sign, we usually get an uprush of the energy, and then it dies down. And then as you're coming to the end of it, there's another uprush of it. I always think that, these uprushes are there to help us see, have we changed or not? Because if we haven't, we get another real good go at it at the end. So I do think in many respects, this comes on harder at first, and then it kind of releases. But anyway, so the most important times, I think, are these three. And so the first season of really leaning in, that's the most active kind of expression of this North Node, is between January and April of 2025. And it starts on the 11th of January, when it actually moves into Pisces. And it sticks around until, a short while after the eclipses. So between January and April, we've got a lot of conjunctions. So what's going to be happening is we're going to have the Sun, we're going to have Venus, we're also going to have Mercury, all making a conjunction with the North Node. So I'm going to act it out here. So we're going to, and in no particular order, by the way, because I haven't got it written down which order it actually happens in, but you've got, I think it's Venus. Off the top of my head, I think it's Venus first. So Venus comes along and makes a conjunction to the North Node. Then she's going to go retrograde on the 2nd of March until the 13th of April. And she's going to go from roughly 10 degrees in Aries, right the way back over the North Node again to about 24 to 26 degrees in the sign of Pisces. Then on the 13th, she's going to go forwards over the North Node a third time. So there's 3 impacts with Venus. Similarly with Mercury. So Mercury is going to go over, make a conjunction with the North Node into Aries around 9-10 degrees, is also going to go retrograde on the 13th of March. And then go back into 24 to 26 degrees in the sign of Pisces. And then for a third time, go over the North Node. So there's 6 connections between Mercury and Venus with the North Node. So it's really emphasizing the North Node activity. During that time, the Sun is also going to make a conjunction with the North Node, emphasizing, that it is all about our future direction and having faith in the unknown, in the unclear, in the mystery of life. So this is all really gearing us up at a personal level. Remember, Venus, Mercury, and the Sun are all personal planets, really changing us at a real sort of fundamental level. So, the Sun is about our expression. Mercury is about how we kind of transact in life, how we're moving around and chatting and relating, sort of like just getting on with life and just being busy in general, I think is a real Mercury thing. It's very much about our friendships. And Venus is about our relating and our actual relationships with people, the quality of it, the quality of the connection that we've got and that feeling of feeling good. So, we are going to definitely feel that sort of tension to go into the Pisces. That's not all though. The moon is going to make a conjunction with the North Node every month. So the moon's also going to be emphasizing that. But we're also going to have a conjunction between the North Node and Neptune. And then later, a conjunction between Saturn and the North Node as well. So, Neptune and the North Node, that happens, once in a blue moon, like every 19 years or so. So that is really significant. This is a very unusual conjunction, and it's going to, in fact, this is the tightest conjunction in my birth chart. It is about the empathy, imagination, the psychic abilities, the sensitivity. It's a real kind of beyond the veil kind of energy, where you may well find that you become absolutely really in tune with things and are feeling so much more of what is going on around you. And then, as Saturn comes into a conjunction with the North Node, everything gets very real, and we might be trying to prove our experiences and prove things at the same time as we're being really quite cosmic. Now, during that season, it gets really dynamic between the 14th and 29th of March. And that is because that's when we've got our first eclipse season with this particular nodal pattern. So we're going to have a solar eclipse, which is a new moon effectively, and a lunar eclipse, which is a full moon. So they are really going to be emphasizing the change that we're going through. I also do want to add in about this January to April time. We also have Mars as a personal planet. And so it's very unusual to have Mars, Venus and Mercury all in their retrograde together, in one quarter of a season. Venus has her retrograde every couple of years. Mars has his retrograde every couple of years. Mercury has 3 of them a year. And so to have all of them coalescing in their retrograde around the same time is, it's unusual. It doesn't happen every year. And it can bring about so much change in your personal life that it can feel quite triggering. It's going to be bringing up a lot. You know, the Mars retrograde, as we went into January, it had already been retrograde for a while, and it's going to be retrograde until the 24th of February here in your first house. So the chances are you're feeling actually quite worn out and run down a little bit, you know, in particular in your body, you know, so it's a time to be really gentle with yourself whilst you're also leaning into this new North Node in Pisces kind of magic and mastery. You know, and then, you know, before the next, you know, the in-between space, where there is no personal retrograde planet going on. It's only between the 24th and the 24th of February and the 2nd of March, because from the 2nd of March, you know, Venus is retrograde until the 13th of April, and Mercury retrograde actually fits into the Venus span of her retrograde. So we have got a very, very changing time in the first quarter of 2025. So yeah, you know, we are absolutely needing to lean in to the fluidity of life. It probably won't make sense. There probably will be lots of things changing, and lots of new things that you're going to be considering from a new perspective. So my biggest advice really is to have faith in the unknown, have faith that it's not all mapped out, and to just trust the process, just trust that what is probably what's best, even if it doesn't feel like that, and to know that things will drop into place at their sort of divinely timed, like when it's the divine timing, when the divine timing is right. Now, during July to October, we've got the Sun, we've got Mercury and Venus and Mars all going into opposition with the North Node, and they're connecting to the South Node. So they're connecting to the thing that you're releasing from your life or letting go of. And so you may well find that things in your community, things to do with your friendships and your usual busyness, there are some things that you're moving away from. There are some things that you're going to be releasing because they're no longer relevant to you. Maybe you've shifted so much in this space that people are either going to shift with you or you're going to shift apart. So I do think there is the chance that you may well find that you've got new people coming into your life that are a lot more relevant to your new sort of vibrational set point, and that people who aren't really in the same conversation as you anymore are kind of magically drifting away. So, you know, with Venus in the opposition, that's, you know, going to create some new ways of connecting with people. Mercury, you may find there's more sort of miscommunications with people. The Sun going over this, you'll be reminded of past times, but also that it's okay to let those past times go. And Mars and the South Node is really kind of viscerally separating you from the past. It's really saying it is time to kind of put a barrier down now. And the most intense time of that is during the second eclipse season between the 7th and 21st of September. Finally, then, you know, in the latter part of this cycle, the Sun and Venus and Mercury are coming into a conjunction with the North Node again in 2026. The North Node won't be making another conjunction with Saturn or Neptune because they've all kind of really cleared now, and the North Node is more around this area. But again, it's time to really lean in. You might find that, I think in terms of 2025, most of the change is happening at the start. In the second part of the year, we're sort of integrating what we've learned. And then the learning takes on a new level as we go into 2026. I think a lot of the things we've started will come into their full completion in 2026. So I think, you know, March of 2026 is essential for that. Really giving us some closure on that, and in particular from the 17th of February to the 3rd of March. So I really hope that's helpful to you, Cancer, in your journey with the North Node in Pisces. Don't forget, remember, what were you doing between June 2006 and December 2007? That will give you a bit of insight there. But anyway, have a great nodal cycle with this, and hopefully I'll catch up with you real soon. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey Leo, so if you've got the feeling that there's a bit of change going on, you might be right, because the North Node is going into the sign of Pisces tomorrow, in fact, on the 11th of January. Now this is part of an 18 to 19 year cycle, And during the North Node in Pisces reign, it's an 18-month cycle. So essentially, the North Node is going to go from it's currently in Aries, it's switching into Pisces tomorrow, and then it's going to be there until the 27th of July 2026. Similarly, the South Node has been recently in the sign of Libra. It's now going into the sign of Virgo, and then it's going to be switching into the sign of Leo from July 2026. So the North Node and the South Node are always working in opposite directions, but working, I think, to really free you up in terms of what's going on in your karmic life, and what are you meant to be doing? I really think, the North Node helps us get into our purpose. Now, what's interesting to me is that this is, where the North Node shows up is really showing you the side of your life that is being affected the most. And the South Node is showing, where your beliefs about that particular area are releasing. So for you, for instance, you're releasing from the Virgo energy, and you're also releasing from your beliefs that you might have held about money and your interactions with money, how you've done money in the past, and also a lot about your self-esteem. Similarly, you're leaning into the energy of Pisces in your birth chart. So I don't know what you've got in the sign of Pisces in your birth chart, but it's going to take on a much greater it's going to be of much. It's going to be of great interest to you, put it that way, and it's also going to be talking about shared values, where you're sharing money, how you share your money making activities, your partner's wealth, how you deal with your partner's wealth, the wealth that comes from family, death and dying and reincarnation also come up as themes, as does sex and anything that is really secretive. The eighth house is where a lot of our blame, shame, guilt and anger are stored. And where we sometimes we don't play fair all the time in the eighth house, and also people don't play fair. It's a very deep and psychological house. So the North Node coming into this part of your chart is likely to bring up a lot of deep, stirring information. Now, before you go any further, I would say it's worth bearing in mind what was going on for you between June 2006 and December 2007, because that will give you an idea of some of the shifts that were going on for you personally at that time. So it is worth, thinking back to what was going on. So let's consider what leaning into the North Node in Pisces means and what releasing from the South Node in Virgo means. If you want a really deep dive into it, please do check out the first part of this video, because I talk about the astronomical way we find out the North Node's position and all sorts of different things. There's a lot more there, but for this short forecast for you, let's sort of characterize it now. So the sign of Pisces is known for its fluidity and also its confusion sometimes as well. But it's on the one hand, it's deeply creative, magical, mysterious. It has trust and faith. It really shows us where we can have blind faith even. It brings out our intuitive qualities, our imagination, our psychic abilities. It is, in the afterlife and in the tween life, which is really relevant to you here in the eighth house. It's really describing not everything that is real and solid in your experience, but all of that sort of exists in between, so there's a real feeling of time being here before you incarnated, and, maybe what happens when you die. All of that is really emphasized with the North Node in the eighth house. Another thing with the fluidity of Pisces is the idea that there is no right or wrong, and that might stick in your craw if you have some very strong and beautifully held judgments about yourself and also about other people. Because during this time, as the North Node comes into Pisces, you might find that where you're holding these very strong views as to what's right and wrong, like life is going to kind of bitch slap you a bit and show you, well, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. It is a matter of perspective. And that's going to be very hard if you've got some very strong morally held values, and you're sticking to morality. Because once again, you know, when we are holding our views because of our morality, it's even harder for us to step away from it for a moment, because we intrinsically believe it's right, and we're not open to hearing anything that might countermand that. So this could be quite troubling. So what I would say is the best thing you can do, I'm just turning off my fire, I'm getting a bit hot here, hang on. What I recommend that you do is, anytime you're having a really strong belief and feeling about something so strong that it is separating you from other people. For instance, if you're having a judgment about other people or other situations, or if you're having a really strong feeling and you see the people around you aren't actually agreeing with you, it's worth just reeling it back in and sitting with it for a while. Because you know, this is a place where things can go really wonky. The 8th house, you know, can cause, I mean, it's the obvious house of deep transformation. And, you know, you can either be consciously transforming from reviewing what's going on internally, reviewing how you're feeling in your body, reviewing what you're noticing around you. And then you've got a little bit of control over it. But if you're not consciously reviewing things, then the North Node, I think, is likely to bring up lots of situations where life is bringing you the problems to resolve. So I think the more you can be consciously expressing the North Node in Pisces, the value of Pisces, which is there is no judgment. Or to put another way, and this is something I learned from my friend Sarah, who learned it from Access Consciousness, it's like where all is welcome and nothing is judged. I've played that thought over and over in my mind so many times, and you know, I come unstuck at it because there are some things I judge really harshly. But the moment we have judgments, it causes separation. So there's a really big kind of pathological thing going on with you in this North Node in Pisces time, you know, which is going to bring you into the harsh confrontation of views and judgments. Now, another way of, because views and judgments all come from values, you know, so you might have a value misconnect with somebody else, or disconnect. So let's look at value from another perspective, which is also something to do with the 8th house, and that is other people's money, other people's earnings, other people's success around you. You may well have very strong feelings like aversion, repulsion, or attraction. And so I think other people's money is likely to come up as a big theme. With the North Node going through this time, you may well be challenged in your reactions to other people's things. But, you know, maybe this is actually opening you up to sharing more. And in sharing, sometimes you have to receive more as well. So you might need to be grateful for the earnings and support that your partner and people around you can give you. And maybe not see it as a competition, which can come up with the 8th house, I think. So they are some of the things. Now, obviously, if life is getting more intuitive, magical, mysterious, and there's no right or wrong, that can also bring up a feeling that things aren't very clear. And if you've liked the certainty that you've had in your life, and the clarity that comes from certainty, you may well find this unclear time quite unsettling. So another thing you might choose to do with this is to work out ways that you can stay calm and still stay confident. So you might find things like homeopathy help. I really am a big fan of the rescue remedy. You might find meditation. You might find just going for a daily walking the dogs or something, or whatever it is. For me, another one for me is music, like playing music or even singing to my favorite songs. You know, whatever brings you back into yourself, into your core, where you feel so good that you don't even need to have judgments. Now, that is a good state to be in. Now, moving away from the South Node in Virgo. So, you know, the 2nd house is about your views on money, how you earn money, how you are, like, you know, what's your role because of the money that you're bringing in, and also a lot about your self-esteem. So the sign of Virgo is about the linear, the narrative, like very real evidence-based, like this is how much I earn, you know, and being very sort of transactional in the 2nd house. And I think what is really coming up as we're going into the South Node in Virgo is we need to be a lot more magical about our money, and not so, well, this is how it is. If I do this, this will come in. And if I do this many times, this will come in. It's not that clear in this year, in this 18-month ahead. You might find if you're living your life in a linear way that you get very disappointed because it's not working out that way. So drop the linear, drop the narrative. It's going to keep you locked up, and it's going to keep you locked up in your rules-based comfort zone of how you earn money, and it's not going to help you. It's time now to venture into something that is scary, that might have to do with working with someone close to you, and to discover how you can work with money together. So it is going to be really quite uncomfortable, because again, like with the Leo energy, there's this feeling of being the star of the show, and all of a sudden you might be collaborating a lot more. So yeah, fascinating times. Now, what is also adding into this, I would say, is we've got times where there's more of an importance to lean into the North Node side, and then there is times when it's more important to release from the South Node. So I want to take you through the 3 biggest times during this 18-month period. So the first one is where we are right now. It goes from the 11th of January until mid-April 2025, and that is the time when all the personal planets, apart from Mars, but the Sun, the Moon, Mercury and Venus are coming into conjunctions with the North Node. Now, ordinarily, you would probably just have the Sun, Venus, Mercury pass over, and that's it, like 3 planets. But actually what's happening is you got the Sun going over the North Node, then you got Venus going over the North Node, going retrograde over the North Node, and then going direct over the North Node. You've also got Mercury going over retrograde and over again. So that's 7 conjunctions with the North Node this spring. That's not including the Moon, which is going to pass over that point as well, every month. And let's also not forget that currently right now we've got Neptune right at the tail end of Pisces. That's shifting in March. And we've also got Saturn in the sign of Pisces. It's going to shift into a conjunction with the North Node around May time. So there's at least 11 conjunctions. It's more than that. There's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, because 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so it's more than that when you include the Moon. I just wanted to check. When you just say something and you said it on video and then you think, oh, was that correct? So that's what just happened to me. So yeah, between January and April. Now this is hitting at a real sort of personal level, because like the Sun and the North Node is going to get you to the truth of how you express yourself. Like, what are you here to do? What's your purpose? What gets you out of bed in the morning? What is a joy to be alive? What is going on? Venus, when, she conjuncts with the North Node, you're thinking about the way you relate to other people, your relationships, what's good about them, what's not good about them, and what might you change? Similarly with Mercury, the way you're communicating and sharing, because, Mercury is very much a market trader, and also sort of interacting. So there's a lot to do with your role and how you are in your life. Now, the North Node in a conjunction with Neptune goes far out psychic. It's a very unusual conjunction. It only happens every 19 years or so. And it is super sensitive, super empathic. And so there is that coming up that's going to kind of blow your mind as well. And Saturn in a conjunction with the North Node is going to really bring reality to your mind. Like how can you sort of like recreate your life? So what I'm really getting here is that this is possibly a time of massive adjustments and readjustments, the likes of which you've probably not actually experienced yet. But that doesn't mean to say they're bad. I just think they're getting you on track in the right way. So please do bear that in mind. Now, during that leaning in period, the most dynamic part of it is between the 14th and 29th of March. And that is when we've got the 2 eclipses, the lunar eclipse and the solar eclipse, which are also the full moon and the new moon. So Worth noting that the final thing about that particular period is also that Mars, Venus, and Mercury, the three sort of core personal planets, all of them are retrograde. Now, they don't always go into retrograde at the same time or in the same season like this, like they are now. Mars and Venus only retrograde every couple of years, just around that point. So we've got Mars already retrograde as we enter this year here in your 12th house. It's likely to be really draining for you right now. And really the best thing you can do is rest and recover and regenerate yourself as much as possible, boost yourself up as much as possible. Be kind. Don't push yourself. This really isn't the time for you to be all yangy and declaring who you are and going out to take on the world. It's really not the time to do that. But when that shifts out of its retrograde on the 24th of February, things will get a bit more zippier. That's going to be quite helpful. Then we've only got a week of no retrogrades between the personal planets. But on the 2nd of March, so it's between the 24th of Feb and the 2nd of March, where we've got this kind of clear space. But then Venus is going retrograde in the way that I've described. Mercury is also going retrograde, and Mercury goes direct, and finally Venus goes direct. So, this is a deep time of transformation for us all, really, truly. Between July and October 2025 is when we're encouraged to release all of the belief systems and things that were keeping us in our comfort zone about our earnings and our work. So we're in that Virgo space. Now, this time we're going to have the Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Mars, and also the Moon during that time. And we're going to be questioning the reality and the narrative of our earnings and our resources that we have, in our life. We are going to be questioning how rigid we've been in our self-esteem and rule-based. We're going to be sort of checking it all out, really being critical about it, and hopefully letting it go. It is a point of major, major release. The most important time during that time is between the 7th and 21st of September, 2025. So it's worth bearing that in mind. And then as we're coming towards, almost towards the end of this North Node in Pisces, the next conjunction season will be when, we've got the Sun and Mercury and Venus crossing over the North Node in Pisces during that February to March period. The tightest bit of it is on the 17th of Feb to the 3rd of March is when we've got our last set of eclipses. So there you go. I hope that is helpful in understanding. It might be worth writing those dates down, in fact, like lean in to the crazy and in the intuitive, and then kind of release the rational, then lean in a third time to embrace the crazy and the magical. If you can take one thing from this is that I think by the end of this particular round of the North Node in Pisces, I do think you're going to have a completely different view of your money, your success, yourself, and how you work with your money. I think you can have completely new habits that maybe aren't as rational as you think they need to be, and that you've got a new kind of magical knack of working with resources in general, that you might be not. Hey there, Virgo. So if you're ready for a bit of a change and an uplift, this forecast could be quite useful to you. Now, this is quite a big deal for you. This is a forecast for the North Node in Pisces and the South Node in Virgo. Now, the North Node and South Node are always working in opposition. As you can see here, this is where the North Node is, this is where the South Node is. And it just so happens that when the nodes, I say in plural, are working through the 1st and 7th house, or the 10th and 4th houses, they tend to bring us much stronger learning and also a more stronger decision and direction in life. So this is one of the more important nodal cycles for you to embrace and experience. So what I want to do over the next 20 minutes or so is to really guide you through the process. If you want to know more about the astrological patterns, like deeper patterns of this particular nodal transition, then please do check out the earlier part of this video where I talk about the astronomical side of it, and talk at depth in terms of the Sabian symbols, so much more in the first part, but this bit is really just for you. So where do we start? Well, I actually want to start historically. So I want to ask you, can you cast your mind back right now to what was going on between June 2006 and December 2007? Because that is the last time that the North Node was going through Pisces and the South Node was going through Virgo in your chart at this particular point. So you are just about to go into this repeated cycle. Now, you'll see there's a bit of overlap, with this coloured shape here representing the North Node and this one representing the South Node. That's to sort of give some recognition to the fact that the North Node is just coming out of Aries. It's going to be in Pisces for the next 18 months before transitioning into Aquarius. Similarly, the South Node is just releasing itself from Libra, moving into Virgo for 18 months before moving into Leo from July 2026. So it's part of an ongoing cycle. It's a 19 year cycle, and each of these mini cycles, when it's going through a particular sign or polarity, it takes place just over 18 months, just a little bit more than 18 months. So it's a good rule of thumb is just to say 18 months. So what I want to talk about then is what it means to lean into your North Node, which is what astrologers generally recommend you do, and release from the South Node. The South Node shows us where things can be quite easy for us, where we've got quite used to energy, and where we might rest on our laurels. So yes, it might feel good, but are we still growing? Are we really evolving right now or not? Because if we're not, then I think I'm quite black and white about it, actually, which is funny because there's nothing black and white about the North Node going into Pisces. But, if we're not evolving and growing, then by default, we are part of a decline, because life keeps going, time keeps ticking on. And so if you kind of stop growing, life is still moving away from you. There's a bigger distance every day. And like the more you rest on your laurels about something, the harder it is to get going and catch up to where you might be if you'd have carried on evolving. So the South Node in your first house is really asking you over this next 18-month period, where are you too comfortable in yourself? Where are you too comfortable in your body? Where are you too much in your comfort zone about your whole persona that you're not growing? Because this is where the challenge is taking place over this next year. Similarly, how can you lean in more to your relationships? The seventh house has everything to do with relationships, not necessarily with your current partner or, the partner you dream of being with, maybe, but also just everyday people in your life, and also people that you maybe don't get on with also come up in the seventh house. They do exist, so they are represented on your chart. So, this is everything about you. You're being encouraged to release from over this next 18-month period, and everything about everyone else is coming on at a stronger level. Now that sounds really off, and that's not the kind of advice I'd ever give anyone. I'm much more of the philosophy that we need to sort ourselves out first, because when we're resolved, where we've sorted ourselves out, where we've developed ourselves and encouraged ourselves, lovingly encouraged ourselves, I think we shine our light more beautifully in the world, and I think that has a much bigger impact. I think when you are right, you have much better relationships with everyone else around you. So it's a win-win as far as I can see. But what is going on here is that it feels like other people's needs are more important. Now, obviously, people mostly consult astrologers when they're going through difficulties. And so in the last 18 months, I'm sorry to say this, by the way, over the last 18 months, I've had lots of people that had the North Node going through their seventh house or their first house, because when the nodes are going through the 7th or the 1st, it's creating a change in how we are and therefore in how we relate to other people. And it's not to say bad stuff happens. Most of the people I've spoken to that were struggling with things, actually nothing terrible happened. Most of them that I've been in consultation with have come through within their relationships, or they found relationships. But what was significant is they've all had something to face. To me, the North Node coming into the 1st and 7th is an indication that there is something that you can face within your relationship. And, with North Node, the North Node is always challenging us to grow and to evolve. It's creating a new roadmap. It's getting us back on a spiritual roadmap, you could say. And sometimes that's not always easy, especially if we've strayed from it. So this is one of those 18-month periods where you're really coming into full consciousness of how your beliefs about yourself and your beliefs about other people are playing out and how they may or may not be working. So the chances are you're really going to come up against yourself at some point. Not necessarily against your partner, but you're going to be facing yourself, your shadow side, maybe a bit more than usual. So yeah, that might have been interpreted as bad news. I really don't see it as bad news, by the way. I'm just trying to deliver it in a way that's most helpful for you. So leaning into Pisces. So we know that this North Node is going through your 7th house. Or this part of your chart that's absolutely about other people. Now, the other thing to recognize is the sign of Pisces is going to bring out the North Node going through Pisces, especially if you've got planets there as well, like I have. The whole Pisces energy is going to come out more in your relationships. And the Pisces energy at its most magnificent is magical, mysterious, intuitive, psychic, creative, understanding. There's a lot of understanding and a lot of forgiveness and a lot of compassion in the sign of Pisces. However, in its fluidity, there's a lot of miscommunication. There's a lot of confusion. Sometimes we can get a little bit depressed or feel like people are lying to us or not being clear with us deliberately. So it can, the fluidity of Pisces, the emotional fluidity, because it's also a water sign, can be very difficult to interpret. So you may well find that one of the biggest things that you're learning in this 18-month period is how to interpret the people around you, how to understand them, how to know how to be with them. You might find that it gets much harder. Now, there are other things going on with Pisces as well. First of all, like if you think of the fish swimming in different directions, and if you've ever tried to catch a fish in your bare hands, you'll know it's near impossible. You might ask yourself, why would you want to anyway? Let those fish swim, which actually is the perfect analogy. The fish want to swim. The energy of Pisces wants to be itself. It doesn't want to be controlled or contained. It really wants to be itself. And it's in the water, and water represents faith, spirituality, emotion, the psychic energy, the world, and of the, it's almost like the stuff that connects us all. And so what I really see with the sign of Pisces is there is no wrong. And it's really hard to have judgments in the sign of Pisces because, everyone that is in this part of your chart, the people in your life, really just want to be free to be themselves. And of course, if you've got a very strong, rational, Virgoan way of seeing things, you might think, well, why can't they come up with a clear answer? Why can't they confirm when they're going to be here? Why can't they describe blah, 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 blah? And that can be very, very difficult. And so the challenge I see with the North Node coming here is how can you still love your confusing, sometimes changeable, sometimes magical, mysterious, intuitive, really open-hearted partner? How can you trust them, and how can you develop a much stronger bond with them? And so this is what the North Node is asking you to do, actually. It's saying to have faith, even though it's not all mapped out, and to have faith in the unknown. This is really bringing you to your knees, especially if you're hyper rational. This kind of acceptance of the people in your life exactly as the way they are, that is the truest faith that you might be experiencing in this year ahead, because you're having faith that, to really love somebody is to set them free. In the case of the fish swimming in different directions, when I said, how can you capture them? Maybe the whole idea of partnership for you is that you don't capture your partner. How can you relate to them without actually capturing them? Now, it's a huge one because, and I don't know which generation you're in. Obviously, I don't know who you are. But, from my own generation, when I was growing up, the whole idea is like when you get married or like when you become in a partnership, it is exclusive and you are together. And there are these ideas of what happens when you're in a relationship. So I grew up with these ideas that when you're in a relationship, you decide to live together. You probably spend a lot of your life together. You might have joint bank accounts. You might have joint, there'll be lots of things that you share. You might get married. You might have children. You might go on holidays together. And yet that's not the right thing to do. But I've learned that, and I've struggled with that myself my whole life. But, the things you learn and take on as the truth may well come up and be revealed to you in this 18-month period that it's not the truth. And in fact, the whole idea that you're kind of trapping your partner in this mutuality of agreement, it could really well get sort of turned on its head. You might actually realize the most loving thing you can do with your partners is to allow them to truly be themselves. So having already explored what it means to lean into the sort of Pisces North Node and also to surrender and to release from the South Node, what I think would be useful now is to understand, that there are particular times when you're more likely to be drawn into it and other times when you need to be releasing from it. Obviously this is an 18-month cycle and you're not going to do it all consistently for the whole 18 months. They're going to be sometimes stronger, sometimes when there's not so much going on. The first thing I really wanted to bring to your attention then really is what's going on between January and April. I mean from January the 11th, literally, I'm recording this on the 10th. So literally from tomorrow, we are definitely coming into this leaning in period, and it's really valid right the way through to mid-April 2025. And the reason for this is we've got the personal planets. They are the personal planets, we've got the sun, we've got Mercury, Venus, Mars. Mars isn't actually included in this equation, but we've got the sun that's going to come right the way through Pisces and eventually make a conjunction to, in fact, I've got the dates in front of me, will make a conjunction with the North Node on the 17th of March. And then the sun keeps on going. We've also got Venus. Now she's going ahead of time a little bit. She is going to be making 3 conjunctions with the North Node. So she clearly goes over the North Node. And then she goes retrograde at roughly 10 degrees in the sign of Aries, right the way back to between 24 and 26 degrees in the sign of Pisces, clearing over the North Node. And then she goes forwards again. So Venus is going to make a conjunction with the North Node 3 times. And then we've also got Mercury going over the North Node. Now, Mercury is going back to roughly 26 degrees in the sign of Pisces. Now, Mercury is going to make 2 more conjunctions with the North Node, but it depends which North Node you're looking at. We've got the true node and the mean mode, i.e. the average position of the node. So, you might hear that, Mercury is only making a conjunction once or 3 times, but essentially Mercury around the time of the 7th of April, Mercury is kind of traveling with the node. It looks like he's going retrograde with the node and then kind of moving forward. So, Mercury and Venus are really tied up in this position, and Mercury is ruling your communications, how you do business, how you do friendships, and, you moving around and so on and so forth in your life. Venus is obviously about how you relate to people. I will be putting out some more stuff about Venus retrograde as we go through the year. But, Venus retrograde, she, we are reviewing our relationships a lot during that time. And so combined with the North Node as well. You know, there are very sort of fatalistic decisions that might be going on in terms of our relationships, especially seeing as this is taking place in your 7th house. And obviously the sun, you know, is about how we're expressing ourselves. So the sun in a conjunction with the North Node is really going to help us know if we're on track or not. And again, to be on track, you want to be doing things more in an expansive, imaginative, creative, mysterious way, and not being so tied down to how you think it should be and how you think others should be. So, you know, that's quite a lot of connection. Usually there would just be the sun, Mercury, Venus, not, you know, like Venus and Mercury 3 times. Obviously, the moon is going to touch the North Node every month because the moon cycles every month. We also are going to have the 2 eclipses, you know, and the sun and the moon are involved in those. And that is between the 14th and 29th of March. So that's when it gets really dynamic between January and April. This is a little added in note, Virgo, because I failed to mention it earlier. Yes, in this January to April time, yes, we've got the sun, Mercury and Venus going through this at a really sort of intense rate. We also do have the North Node making a conjunction to Neptune. That only happens every 19 years. It's a really intense and heart-opening space. You know, things could get very sort of trippy and almost selfless in your relationships. You might have to look at boundaries and whether you need boundaries, or I mean, it's a wild energy, really, truly bringing us into a place of massive openness, and like masses of empathy and possibly forgiveness as well. And I will be doing something about that for sure, because it's such a rare thing. And there's also going to be a conjunction with Saturn, you know, which is going to get us to really kind of sharply wake up to what's going on in our life. So yeah, there are 2 extra conjunctions between this January and April 2025 time that are definitely worth also like looking out for. So this is a very, very intense time. But again, the more you can be open and free and magical, the easier life will be for you. So I hope that's helpful. And sorry, I've just added it into your main reading. I do just want to mention a little bit about Mars, because, you know, Mars is retrograde up here in this place to do with friendships for you and connections, which is interesting because, you know, the 7th and the 11th both have very social connotations. Now, Mars, you know, has been retrograde since, you know, before we went into the new year. And so most likely, you know, there has been a sort of maybe a change of tempo in how you've been in your relationships. Maybe you're not feeling quite so enthusiastic about the people around you. And maybe you're needing to rest up a little bit, you know, from the continuous, what it feels like, bombardment of like from people in your life. You're wanting to be a little bit more introspect. You might also be feeling, you know, that the people around you are a bit too forceful right now, and you just want to kind of back off a little bit. So, you know, Mars retrograde doesn't leave us full of energy and joie de vivre, joie de vivre, you know. So, you know, we've got Mars, Venus, Mercury, the 3 you know, main personal planets. Obviously the sun and the moon I consider those to be luminaries, but they're affecting us at a personal level too. But, you know, to have all 3 of these retrograde in this first calendar quarter of the month of the year is interesting. You know, they don't always line up like this. You know, Mars and Venus only go retrograde every couple of years. So in, you know, the first quarter of this calendar year, we've actually only got, you know, between the 24th of February and the 2nd of March, you know, when we're clear. You know, it just feels really quite intense, let's say. So yeah, January to April is a really big time of leaning in. The best way of coping with this is exploring how you can use the magic of the North Node in Pisces, where things won't be very clear, but it's time to have faith in having it not mapped out. You know, it really is a true test of faith, and also to have faith in the unknown. Now, the next intense time to do with the nodes would be July to October. During that time, that's when we've got the sun, Mercury, Venus, and also Mars all going over this area. In fact, I think Mars goes first. Let me just double check. Yeah, Mars is doing that in July. July the 22nd. Then we've got the 10th and the 11th of September when Mercury and the Sun are going over it, and then the 3rd of October for Venus. So they're all going to be going over in an opposition to the North Node. So we might not feel like we're on track, and connecting to the South Node, which is connecting us to the past decisions, past ideas. And this is very much about yourself. So it's about your body, about your image, about your personality, about your persona, how you come across, how you express yourself. And so most likely from the changes going on in spring, late winter, early spring, it's creating change for you and a sense of releasing from your identity more and more and more. So this is a very sort of intense process. You might also be reminded of parts of your identity from previous times. And you might realize that there are some things that are still actually worth bringing back, so you might have been in your comfort zone, but there might have been a reason for that. But you're still analyzing and working through what is working, what's not. And that's the important thing. So you're working through that in terms of your health and fitness with Mars, your self-expression and kind of radiating, who you really are in terms of Mercury and the Sun. And with Venus, very much about what's important in your life in terms of your connections with others, how you do it. And of course, during this time, we've also got, a full moon and a new moon that are also eclipsed. And that's happening between the 7th and 21st of September. Now, the last phase is February, March of 2026. Again, during that time, we've got the Sun, Mercury, Venus, and Mars all connecting with the North Node, which by that time is around here. And the intense time, again, you're leaning in to possibly, new forms of being related to other people, and changes within your relationship. And I think a deepening, if you're able to see the spirituality of the relationship and not to make the relationship conform too much. I really, can't stress that enough. It's time to kind of give yourself and your partners, let them off the leash if you have leashed them. I mean, it's a weird thing to say because, so much comes up with the idea of a relationship. There are ideas that you, and like I said, I know I've said this earlier, but I really do think that I've been raised with this idea that when you form a relationship, you come to ideas together and you are in a sort of mutuality of sharing, but that's not necessarily the case all the time. I'm coming to realize, it's more about respecting the other person to kind of be themselves. And it's not easy to do, especially seeing as all the other relationships we might have grown up with and seen. We've got a lot of relationship programming. And I do think that during this time, you may well be, it feels like you've got a lot of things to consider in terms of relationships. And it's likely to be, it's not easy, because it's challenging what we've always known about relationships. Again, I do pull you back to the earlier times of June 2006 to December 2007, how you dealt with things in your life back then. I wonder what was going on. So yeah, some very intense times. The most intense time is between the 17th of February and the 3rd of March. Now, just to sort of end this reading, because again, like who you are and who you are in relationship to other people, that tends to give people the willies, when I talk about it, because it's so fundamental in our life, isn't it? Us and love and connection. What I really do want to say is for the people that I've seen going through this recent transition, of their 18-month cycle when the North Node was going through Aries and Libra. I said at the start of this reading, they did go through quite a lot and it was quite arduous and it felt really heavy. Most of them, I think have come through with a lot more resiliency in their relationships. And so, I really think whatever we're working out in our relationships is really what we're working out in ourselves, because, these polarities are all working on something. And this is the relationship to self and also the relationship to others. But it's kind of interwoven because, again, the more comfortable you are in yourself, the more comfortable you are with other people. And interestingly, and I've practiced this myself over and over, and I have to remind myself, I really am not, I'm really not an expert. But, what I notice, when there's been things that have irked me about, my husband, you know, where I feel like he's pushing my buttons, you know, he's wilder than usual, whatever, and wanting to do things and sometimes might seem a bit willful, you know, and I've thought, okay, yes, that's okay. Let's, you know, why don't you do that? That's fine. You know, I realize actually it's not really my decision. He's living his life. And, you know, there is this kind of uneasy space between people when we cohabit, you know, when we share our space together and our lives together, you know, like who's in charge? You know, there's this sort of uncomfortable area, isn't there? And, you know, the thing that I realized the most is when, he feels free to be himself. It gives me the gift of being free to be myself. And the truth is, neither of us are particularly wild. But when we feel like we can't be ourselves, that's, I think, when people do get wild. So it's it's a bit of a conundrum. And I really think, you know, if you haven't kind of loved yourself with the kind of care that you might give your partner, it's very, very difficult to keep giving and giving and giving and people pleasing and making things okay, which is definitely something that Virgos do. You know, you have to make it okay for yourself. So this is an 18-month exploration, which I think if you rise to the challenge, you're just going to come out with much stronger relationships to others and also to yourself. So I hope that's helpful for you in this 18-month cycle. Lots and lots of love to you, Virgo. Mwah. That was an extra kiss. I haven't been giving kisses to all the signs today. So that one was a special one for you. Anyway, catch you another time. Bye for now. Oh, Libra. Now, I was kind of just referring to you and the kind of massive task that you were facing in the last 18 months because, you know, I was just sharing with Virgo, like they're in the situation that you found yourself in 18 months ago, because these cycles keep changing. And in this short forecast I'm giving you to understand how you might work with the energies of the North Node, you know, I recognize that you have been on one hell of a journey. So I'm just going to flip to the previous slide. Now, obviously, this is Virgo slide. This is where the North Node is right now for them and where the South Node is for them. But that is where the North Node was for you in the last cycle and the South Node. Now, that was crossing over your sense of self here and your relationships here. And so, you know, for the last 18-month cycle, your life has been really about working out how to be okay in yourself, like to give to yourself, to develop your relationship to yourself versus managing that against the needs of the people in your life. And I've worked with so many people with Libra energy in this last 18-month period. And boy, oh boy, what a lot of relationship triggers it has brought up. You know, the North Node is really showing us where our key triggers are and where there is room for growth. I mean, that's what it's doing. The North Node is here to help us grow, really, you know, to balance the very sort of like physical energies and also the celestial energies. It is helping us get there. Now, what's different about this? The first thing I want to share with you is the pressure is off in terms of the relationships. And, you know, it shifts. And so the North Node has gone from the sign of Aries. And now that's why I've just put a little crossover in there, just so you can see it was in Aries. Now it's in Pisces from the 11th of January until the 27th of July, 2026. So it's just over 18 months. And then it's going to be going into the sign of Aquarius. So the North Node is always moving. The South Node is always opposite and also shifting. This is part of an 18-year cycle. So, yeah, the tension is off your relationships, which I think is going to be a huge like lift. You know, it's going to feel easy. Now what's coming up, because obviously it keeps moving and there's other lessons to learn. What's coming up now is the focus on your day-to-day, like how you manage your life, how you fit everything in. I always think this is a very, very busy part of the chart. You know, this is, you know, our routines, like how we're getting up, going to work, managing our money, not earning our money, which is here, and the career that we inhabit and the persona that we've got in our career. But this is like the work part of it, the hard bit, the bit where you have to get up and do it and then kind of stop and so on and so forth. It's also how we're managing our house and our home. It's like the diary or the office manager of your life. This is really, really intense. And so with the North Node coming in here, I suspect that the first thing that's likely to happen is life is going to get a little bit busier, and lots more things will be coming in, just so that you are learning more about how to manage it in such a way that's going to work for you. Now, here's the snag. Because, the North Node is also in a sign. It's not just in this part of your chart. It's in the sign of Pisces. And in the sign of Pisces, it's describing how fate and life lessons are coming in and how best you might want to approach it, even if it seems counterintuitive. And trust me, it's going to sound a bit counterintuitive. It's not going to make sense, because this is a place where you are like managing your life from understanding exactly what you need to be doing to have your life go in a smooth and beautiful way. And yet in the sign of Pisces, it's not linear. Pisces is fluid. Virgo, which is the opposite sign, that's the linear sign. That's the rational sign. So, the North Node is kind of come in here, and it's probably going to challenge you a little bit about how you organize your life. It might even be reminding you that you need to step out of, the workload that you've got, that you might need to not do so much, and you might need to manage your money a bit better. Or, health also comes in here, your physical health, like how you manage your health and how you create good health outcomes for yourself. It's a very sort of like manifested part of your chart. And yet in the sign of Pisces, it's really unclear. And so what, the big sense with the North Node in Pisces is you need to be more magical about how you're living your life, more intuitive, more mysterious. You need to have a lot more faith. And anywhere where you're not being that, life is probably going to challenge you. And, obviously if you're still trying to have blitz spirit and just come in, I don't know if that is an okay thing. That's just a phrase I've always used all my life, but now I'm saying it, that sounds kind of creepy. I guess the blitz spirit is like everyone kind of, knuckling down and getting stuff done, in a crisis. So what I'm really seeing here is the idea of, usually you'll rely on working hard in this area and just like working extra hard in this area, because Pisces is kind of relaxed and unclear and doesn't believe there's a right or wrong, there's no judgment. And so you're just trying to manage everything as best you can. But the challenge here is to cope with the stress of things getting a little bit more bonkers. So if you have, and this is the frustrating thing with people, especially if you've got Libra rising, because, Libra in the first house has more of an Aries feel. It's more about how you can come into your own. And it's interesting with Aries in the seventh house, the seventh house is more about Libra. It feels like, with a really strong Libra motif in your chart, it feels like your chart is reversed and all the meanings are upside down. And if you do study astrology, you'll know exactly what I mean. So apologies if that didn't quite land. But the challenge here is, how can you manage your life even if it's unmanageable? I think that's how I'm distilling it down to. So the role of faith is going to come up. The faith to not have it mapped out and to still be able to be serene and happy and contented. It's not to say it's not going to work out. I want to be clear with that. But it's the faith to trust that even if it's not going according to any plan, you can still find peace and contentment with what is. Because there are some reasons why that's happening, and you might not know why. You might not be able to do a particular thing at a particular time, and it might feel really, really terrible. But then, you get that hindsight, and then you think, oh, okay, that's why that didn't happen. In fact, actually, that's actually how my husband and I met. I was due to go back to live in Bali. When I met my husband, and I was waiting for certain things to drop, certain amount of money to come in so that I could dash back off to Southeast Asia, and everything was delayed. And I was thinking, like, how is this going to happen? But but I couldn't understand why things were almost like jelly whilst, why my plans weren't quite going according to plan. And, the long and short of it is it kept me in one place. And had that not happened, I wouldn't have met my husband, and I wouldn't have the life that I've got right now that I'm really deeply contented with. So, that's the kind of thing I think is likely to happen, where things aren't going according to plan. You might think, my life is terrible. My luck, and so on and so forth. But actually what's really happening is there's much more of a divine purpose going on. There's a much deeper reason. And even though you can't see that reason, the more you can have faith in the unknown right now, the easier things are going to be. And the more you'll be open up to the possibility of having your life turn out more magical than you can possibly imagine. Because, who knows best for you? Again, I'm going to refer to my husband, because, if I had been in the full control of it, I probably wouldn't have met him. When I was single, I had certain schematics or ideas as to what I wanted in a partner. I was popping it into the dating app. Similarly, he was doing the same in a different town to me. And by each other's description, we would never have been matched together. And yet all those people that were a good match based on my own description of what I needed, they weren't a good match for me. So sometimes, even though we think we know what is right for us, life put us together. And even though we didn't match each other's criteria one bit, there was something much more important than that. And that is where rationality doesn't work. And so this is what you're being challenged with, is to come out of that space of rationality of how things should be, will be, how you're going to sort of control it and manage it. This is your time to absolutely release yourself from those strict ways of being and just embrace what is, because there's a much bigger learning in there for you. Again, I refer you back to June 2006 to December 2007. I wonder how that was playing out then. Now, that's what you're meant to be leaning into, according to the North Node. Now, the South Node is what you're releasing from. Now, your South Node in the 12th house is interesting, because in the 12th house, I think it's very much about letting go of some of your mental programs, your spiritual programs, your belief patterns that have come up since birth, loads of memories, loads of stuff that you've kept hidden. The 12th house is a veritable junkyard of old stuff that you can't quite let go of, especially about your childhood. It's also a place where, we are dematerializing. It's almost like a place, I think it's a place where we might go to kind of forget who we are a little bit, and to kind of lighten up and maybe to experience transcendence. There's always a positive and negative expression of each house and each sign and each planet. The 12th house, it has all the sort of insecurities and the mental little things that are going on all the time. And yet, if you were able to flip it and realize that the 12th house has the capacity to change the way you are thinking and experiencing life, you could go into a program of transcendence. You could go into a program of letting go of everything. Now, here's the thing, the letting go energy that is perfect for the 12th house is really going on in your 6th house, where it's usually where you keep a tight control over things. And then the South Node of what you might be wanting to experience is all about getting rational, because this is where the sign of Virgo is. So what you might find is it's helpful to be dreamy and imaginative and playful in your day-to-day life, and more and to focus on using some discipline in attending to old belief systems, and clearing out the junkyard of your mind of things that aren't useful, never were useful, that things that are going round and round, you might have broken thought patterns and things like that. and a little bit of discipline, a little bit of dedication, a little bit of care. You know, I do think the sign of Virgo is a bit like Mary Poppins, you know, comes in and just kind of gets everything fit for purpose again. And so I think you need to bring your Mary Poppins into your 12th house, into your mind, into your psyche, and really like take stock of what's working and what's not, and like sweep it out, you know. So I think there's going to be a lot of shift in the way you are using your emotional psychic energy. Also, I think you can be developing your psychic skills, but in quite a disciplined and dutiful way. And then, you know, all the things that you are dutifully learning and evolving about yourself, you can then use the power of your imagination to kind of work on your life and apply magic in your real life and discipline in your imaginary life. Isn't that kind of weird? So if you can get your head around that, that's going to be really helpful. So there are stronger times when this energy is kicking in, and there are more relaxed times when it's not happening so much. These are all the strong times. And so what I want to do is now just take you through that. So from January to April, literally from the 11th of January until mid-April 2025, we've got the Sun, we've got Venus and Mercury going to make conjunctions with this part of the chart. Oh man, I realized I forgot to say to Virgo something else. Hang on. Let me make a note for myself. Okay, so you've got the Sun, and the Sun's going to go into a conjunction with the North Node. You also have Venus going over the North Node and then coming back over the North Node when she goes retrograde, and then forwards again. So Venus is going to connect with the North Node 3 times. We've got Mercury going over the North Node, and then as Mercury goes retrograde, Mercury catches up with the North Node, so forms a kind of like essentially 2 connections, but really the, you know, Mercury and the North Node make quite a long slow connection. So yeah, there's a lot going on with the North Node, and so we're leaning in during January to April into the magical. And so you might find that a lot of your life goes a bit gooey, slightly unpredictable. And it might be because there's unpredictable things going on around you in the world. And it might be because other people, you know, that you live with and stuff have, you know, difficulties or changes and this, that, and the other. And you're trying to manage it all like Neo in the Matrix. Now, this is what I forgot to say to Virgo. The North Node is also going to connect to Neptune and Saturn. You know, Neptune and the North Node only come together every 19 years or so. And that's the real sort of like magical opening. And so there is that is also going to happen, you know, which is going to really sort of expand your heart, and really open you up to new possibilities. As Saturn comes into a connection to the North Node, there could be things going on with parent figures, but it's also a bit of a slap of the face. It's almost like to wake you up to your responsibilities during that particular time. So there's a lot going on. Obviously, the Moon is also going to make a conjunction, you know, to the North Node each month. And during that January to April time when you're leaning in, the most dynamic part of that is between the 14th and 29th of March, when you've also got the new moon and full moon, which are actually the eclipses, the solar and lunar eclipses. So that is a super duper strong time. So expect a lot of change going on in the world, loads going on for you. Again, the more you're leaning into the magical, the easier all the changes are. And the more you're being resistant to change, the harder it's going to be. You know, we're all in this. This is happening to all of us. And again, the more in flow you are, the more I think you're going to be pulling in with other more flow-minded friends. So I do think I think this is the North Node cycle where some people are going to rise up really quickly and lots of people around them are going to rise up. And a lot of people, I think, are going to struggle with it. I think the more you can be connected to other flowy people, the quicker life is going to transform. Now, the next most important point is when the personal planets get to around here. This time we've also got Mars in there as well. So Mars is going to be going into the opposition with the North Node first. That means he's going to connect to the South Node. Then we've got the the Sun and Mercury touching the South Node around the same time, around the 10th and the 11th of September. And finally, Venus. Now, you know, when these guys are going through this part of your chart, you're likely to feel quite reserved and a little bit quiet, a little bit tired. Going through the 12th house, you tend to take things a bit more seriously and like to work them out in your head a bit more than usual. So July to October sounds like quite a long time, but it really starts from the 22nd of July and is going until the 3rd of October. So it's not quite as long as that might suggest. But during that time, you're letting go of a lot of old thoughts. And I think you've probably had time to reflect on the changes that have gone on in the world. So it's a pretty intense time, but it's a time to let go. During that time, there's also 2 eclipses. Between one on the 7th and one on the 21st of September. So this is all part of the journey of evolution. These are dates worth noting in your diary. You know, these are times that are going to be like creating lots to work through. And then the time in between April and July are less intense. You know, they're the times when you might choose to do things that you need a high amount of predictability for. And between Jan and April and July and October, nothing is like really guaranteed. It just feels like things are so interesting. And then the last part of this, it will be as Mars, Venus, Mercury and the Sun again come into a conjunction with the North Node, this time around about here, because obviously the North Node has moved forwards in the sign of Pisces. So similar themes again, lots of change in terms of your energy levels, how you relate to people, and also your communication style. And the intense time there is between the 17th of February and the 3rd of March with the first two eclipses of 2026. Last thing I want to share with you, and this is related, you know, from January to mid-April, the 13th of April, we've got almost a consistent retrograde from the personal planets. So we've got Mars, Venus and Mercury. So Mars is retrograde here in your 10th house, very much about your career and how you stand in the world and how you see yourself. You know, Mars is retrograde until the 24th of February. So you might be feeling a bit tired in your career, not quite sure how to move forwards. And actually, I wouldn't sweat it too much. If I was in your shoes, I think I would do what I need to do, but not do extra. Really not a good time to do extra right now. It's more a good time to just get absolutely the bare minimum done and then kind of free your mind and feel calm in your body and help yourself. Like maybe learn about your career, do a little bit of light, low key, like meetings and learning and stuff like that. So you're stimulated in your work, but you're not going hell for leather. That just sounds like nuts with Mars retrograde. And then there's a tiny gap between the 24th of February and the 2nd of March when Venus goes retrograde here in the sign of Aries and back into the sign of Pisces. And then during her retrograde, Mercury also goes forwards and retrograde and back again. So, you know, between the 2nd of March and the 13th of April, both Venus and Mercury will have gone retrograde in the same place. So there's a hell of a lot going on. So like final things, you did it. You got through the previous one. This one should be much easier. Again, this is all helping you to get more magical in your life. And also, I think, to realize that what you're thinking about sort of manifests in your body. You know, you're releasing yourself from any kind of negative thought patterns so that you can get more magical in your life, and from that get more magical in your health as well. So I'm going to leave that there with you, Libra. I hope that's helpful. Stay tuned. There's going to be so many more forecasts this year, but anyway, sending you loads of love and kudos, and hopefully I'll catch up with you real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Scorpio. So wow, we have got a nodal change, and I've been looking, you know, as I've gone through all the signs, I've been looking at, you know, how things might land for different people. And wow, this is an interesting one. I'm remembering where I was in life the last time the North Node went through this part of my chart. So as North Node changes go, this I think is one of the easier places to have the North Node and South Node change signs into. very recently in this last 18-month stretch, you've had the North Node going through this part of your chart, which is absolutely about like lots of extra things coming into your life and how you can manage them. And sometimes that could get really, really like deep and strong, like adding more and more things in, and it can get really, really busy. And with the South Node going through this part of your chart, like there's been probably lots of insecurities that have come up in that time, lots of things that you needed to face and to release. So I do think you've probably let go of a lot. And it's because of this now that I think you're going to make the most of this opportunity as the North Node comes into this part of your chart, which is about the 5th house energy, which I think is the house of lifting yourself up. And fulfilling and lighting yourself up. This is a place of absolute creativity, self-creation. And the South Node is very much about the co-creation and the friendships in some of the networks. And so these polarities here are interesting. And sometimes, some polarities work a little bit easier than others. And this is one of the polarities that I find a little easier than others to work with. So let's explore this a bit now for you. So earlier in this show, I did quite a big, actually it was an hour and 23, sort of expose or sort of like explanation or examination of what the North Node is, how it's calculated, how it works, the cycles and stuff like that, the Sabian symbols, so much. So if you want to know more, check that out. But, earlier I was saying that, the North Node is where we lean into. And, now it's in the sign of Pisces. So we need to be leaning into life in more of a Piscean way. And the South Node is showing what we're releasing, where we're quite good at it, where we've got some competency, where we don't need to develop that too much anymore, because if we're continuing to develop that, we're resting on our laurels, we're in our comfort zone, and there's not much growth. The time for growth now is coming from this part of your chart, which, I think of as a place of children. Obviously things that we're birthing. So you might already have children, or you might be wanting children and sort of exploring that as an option. It's about the creativity. Again, it's something that I'm always coming down to this area here and kind of like, moving in this area. It feels like a place of birthing your dreams. Now, relationships, like early relationships and the intimacy, sexuality and sensuality also come up in this area. So, and let's think what is sexuality and sensuality? Well, it's that you could say the sharing of physical feelings in your body, or the sharing of joy in your body, the experience of joy in your body. So again, there's this feeling of what is lifting you up, what is bringing joy to you, and what are you creating out of that sort of orgasmic state. And I also think of it as a place of our hobbies and our interests, and how our hobbies and interests can take us further and deeper into what we like. But essentially, this is a place of creation and lifting yourself up and being in the vibration of love, being in the vibration of joy. So let's say this is your cycle of joy. This is about you getting into joy. Now, the North Node, what I notice about him, but it's not him. It's not even a planet. It's not her. The North Node is actually a point, a calculation. In fact, it's a place of coordinates matching. But the North Node is a point that is really showing the challenges that might come up. And these challenges, like in terms of all life challenges, I think they get us to dig deeper. They're teaching us what we need to learn. I sure as hell, because I've got Scorpio rising, just so you know, I really noticed that the last time, I noticed in this last 18-month period that work got the better of me, and this is a work house place, the 6th house, everything was just piling up. And it's not just your work, it's your life, your family, your money, everything. Just felt like it was too much. And so life kept giving me more and more and more until I finally learned some lessons and said, okay, I have to change the way I'm doing this. So, this is your invitation to start creating, to really be a creator of things, to follow what lifts you up, to be in the place that brings you the most amount of joy. And in doing so, you might need to cut away from the things that aren't bringing you as much joy. So, I want you to have your joy head on, if you can. So leaning into the Pisces energy then, well, the Pisces energy isn't structured. It's really not structured. It's intuitive, it's magical, it's mysterious. There's a lot of faith that you need to activate it. It takes you in between time. It's a weird one because, that's not really a description that you would come up with if you were reading a book about Pisces. But what I notice about the sort of Pisces energy, it's kind of psychic and it's a lot about awareness and consciousness. And I think, I've been watching a lot of out of body experiences and near death experience kind of videos and stuff. I've had some experiences myself. And so, I was thinking, the Pisces energy is very much like kind of coming out of your body and going into another realm, or seeing through the veils of reality. So I see this North Node as taking you into a different side of your reality, which could be like a tween life, an afterlife, a before life, So all of that stuff's likely to get kind of considered in a new way. So yeah, there's stuff going on, suffice to say. So how can you be more fluid in your joy? How can you lift yourself up, and how can you make your hobbies, your sensuality, your like the time you have with your children a lot more unstructured, a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive, a lot more magical? That's the challenge. And anywhere where you're being too forceful with what you're creating, anywhere where you're being like rational but not being magical, the North Node, I think, is going to give you challenges to get you back on track. Now, similarly, I will also say there's no wrong, anywhere where you're judging how you're coming into your joy, that's when you're going to run into difficulties. So I'd say have faith to not have it mapped out. Have faith in the unknown. Now, the South Node, by comparison, is really highlighting everything to do with your contacts, your networks, like the bigger communities. Also, if you've got stepchildren, they're highlighted. So it's like the friends of your friends. Professional networks are really highlighted, in this house. And I also think the law of attraction, because that is a place where we're co-creating. So this 11th house is pretty important because it's showing co-creations. It's showing where we are actively doing things with other people. But of course, when we're actively doing things with other people, we're not making our own decisions. We are making a decision with other people. We're coming to an average idea, but that sort of fits everybody's desires, like it's a mutually agreed space. But actually this North Node here is saying this isn't about mutuality. This is about you indulging in what brings you joy. So yeah, I think the South Node is probably because you've probably developed really good relationships with people and an ability to be conciliatory, collaborative, and to think about everybody else's needs. And you've probably been working at this, that it just feels like second nature. And yet the lesson here is to come out of that space of trying to do it for everybody else and doing it for your friends and stuff, but doing it in a way that works for you. So yeah, that's a challenge. As challenges go, it's a really nice challenge to have, because like if you've got the North Node and South Node going over your 1st and 7th, and also the 10th and 4th, they are much more intense. And yeah, from the 27th of July 2026, that is when the North Node is coming more into the 4th house and the 10th house. So yeah, I wonder what kind of place you're going to be in once this has moved across. So yeah, fascinating times. Now, what I want to bring your attention to is, obviously this is an 18-month cycle. And during the 18-month cycle, there are going to be sometimes where it's much stronger in its theme and other times when it fades away. So for instance, January to April, and July to October in 2025 are very intense times when the nodes are really impacting us. And then April to July and the end of October to the end of the year aren't so intense. So during the times in your life in this year ahead when you need a high amount of regularity and normality, I try and plan those in between April and July and beyond October, because during that time we're not having these massive life lessons. You know, the life lessons I think are taking place between January and April and July and October. So they're the times when things are most likely to be up in the air, a little bit difficult to commit and confirm to, where you might be trialing things and testing things out, etc., etc. And then again, February to March of 2026, again, that's another time when, you know, you're coming back into that karmic pattern again. Now, I want to explore that a little bit further and tell you why, share with you why. So January to April is a time when you're leaning into the North Node and really needing to lean into the intuitive, magical, mysterious, and the joy of creation. The absolute joy of following what lights you up, not really considering everyone else. What lights you up, that's what you're doing. So during that time, you've got the sun making a conjunction with the North Node. You've also got the moon every month, but you've got Venus that's going to make a conjunction with the North Node. She's going into Aries, gets about 10 degrees in, then she goes retrograde, makes another conjunction with the North Node. Then she goes forwards from about 4 degrees and makes a third conjunction with the North Node. Then Mercury does pretty much the same, only the last two conjunctions are kind of blended into one. So he kind of goes over, like kind of reaches the North Node and turns around. So it's a kind of funny conjunction. But, you know, essentially there's a lot of connection between the Sun, Mercury and Venus and the North Node. We've also got Neptune making a conjunction with the North Node in this January to April time. And that's a very rare and expansive and heart-opening, super creative North Node. I have to say, if you're born in December 1974, like I am, and, you know, there are other times off the top of my head, I can't think of them, but, you know, I know that December 1974, you know, when there was the North Node and Neptune in that tight conjunction, you know, that is absolutely opening you up to the sense of purpose in your life. You know, your psychic inheritance, your intuitive energy is going to come on in leaps and bounds during this time. And then we've also got Saturn making a connection with the North Node, kind of getting you to take action and formalize something about what you're loving about your life. So there's a lot going on with the North Node. It's teaching you more and more about joy, intimacy, and your children. So there's a lot of change. It's all dynamic. The more you're forcing it, the more chaotic it goes. But the more you can relax into it and dream with it and create with it, the better things are going for you. The next important time is July to October. During that time, you've got Mars, Venus, Mercury, and the Sun all come into an opposition with the North Node, but it's connecting to the South Node. This is a time when you're releasing from the Virgo energy. So during that time, you might find that your commitments with other people, in particular people that you're creating things with, not necessarily your audience, if you've got something like you know, if you have a business where you've got audience and clients, but I'm thinking about suppliers, people that you're sort of actively collaborating with. It might feel like you need to release your ideas about them a little bit, or review how you're working with people during that time. And of course, the more you're releasing from your belief patterns about other people and freeing up energy, I think the more creative it makes you. I should also say we've got eclipses going on, running during these times, which also make it more, intense. In fact, let me just go back to January to April. There's a very dynamic part of that, you know, when there's a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse on the 14th and 29th of March. and in this July to October stage, there's 2 eclipses between the 7th on the 7th and the 21st of September. Then the last time of this strong, intense North Node activity is between February and March of 2026, where you've got Mars, Venus, Mercury, and the Sun connecting to the North Node. Obviously, during this time, the Moon is connecting to the North Node and South Node every single month. And the very intense time in February and March is from the 17th of February on the day of the eclipse and the 3rd of March on the other eclipse. So, these nodes are most busy during eclipse season, and also when the personal planets are making conjunctions with the nodes. One last thing I want to share with you, just because in this Jan to April time, it is also retrograde crazy. And that is, during from the 1st of January until the 13th of April, it just feels like there's so much retrograde activity. You got Mars, Venus, and Mercury. It's not usual for all 3 of them to be going retrograde within a season. In fact, like Venus and Mercury's retrogrades overlap. They are happening within the same time frame, and incredibly, they're both starting within a degree of each other and ending within a degree of each other. So, I mean, Venus and Mercury are really activating this part of your chart here. But Mars is retrograde from the start of January until the 24th of February, and he's making you a little bit tired and worn out in terms of what you're learning, how you're expanding in your knowledge. Most likely you do want to go on an adventure and to work harder and broadcast more and share more. You've got lots of gifts, and yet Mars in this part of your chart is you're like running out of steam, and so it's a time to kind of take that learn intuitively, slow down a little bit. It's again, it's not the worst placement to have Mars retrograde in. So, Mars retrograde, there's a tiny window of opportunity between Mars and Venus going retrograde. But apart from that, we are going through so much personal change between January and April. So, cultivate those big plans, dream about them, but don't be rational with them. Like dream them up. And dream them for your own joy, not because you're trying to change the world, but because it makes you feel great to change the world. So it's a very sort of like subtle difference, but it's that difference that really makes the difference. So I'm going to leave that there, Scorpio. I hope that was helpful to you. Have a great cycle of this North Node in Pisces. And if I can be of help, you know where I am. Just get in touch. But anyway, lots of love. Bye for now. Hey Sagittarius. So this is an 18-month forecast based on the new position of the North Node in Pisces. Now, you'll see it sort of demonstrated here. I've made them overlap a little bit with the either side signs. The reason being is I want to show you that this is part of an ongoing flow. This is part of an ongoing 19-year cycle. As such, I wonder if you can cast your mind back to what was going on in June 2006 to December 2007. Was it one of those years where things got a bit crazy, or things, like there were a lot of changes going on for you? So whatever you can remember from that time could be very, very useful in you understanding what's going on now, or what's coming up for you. So in the last 18 months leading up to today, the 11th of January 2025, the North Node was going through the sign of Aries, and the South Node was going through the sign of Libra. Now they are transitioning into the sign of Pisces for the North Node and Virgo for the South Node. And they'll be here until July the 27th, 2026, when they move on to the North Node moves to Aquarius and the South Node moves to Leo. So this is part of an ongoing cycle. Now, it just so happens that for you and this particular 18-month part of the cycle, that this is going through a very sort of critical part of your chart related to the home. That's where the North Node is, and how you live and who you're living with and how you're living with them. It also underpins your feelings of security, your belief systems that come from your feeling of security. And it may also relate to your childhood and, all of the characteristics within your personality, related to your childhood. The South Node is also highlighting things to do with your career. So what was going on at the, what was going on for you when the South Node last went through this sign, in terms of how you stood in the world, what was coming up for you, how you're earning your money, how blessed were you? Traditionally, the South Node, is really showing us what we're releasing from, because we've got really comfortable in ourselves. We know it really well. And for us, if we're sat in our comfort zone all the time, we're not really evolving. We're not really pushing ourselves in a new way. And the North Node is really showing us where we should really be focusing our attention. And in particular, the sign that it's in is also showing us how we might do that. And so there is always this kind of push and pull between the nodes, sort of showing us, look, you've already completed this. You already know the right characteristics to do this, but you're not really growing anymore. And so, in many respects, as you're releasing from the South Node, and developing into the North Node, I think all aspects of our life step up a little bit. But that is when we're embracing the qualities of where the North Node is. When we're not embracing those qualities and when we're hiding from those qualities, then I think we get repeatedly tested to see, to see if we can carry on with our old patterns. And this is the big thing, because the South Node is the very rational, like a really rational sign, very organized, wants to fix things if they're wrong, wants to make sense of everything as quickly and as succinctly as possible. The sign of Virgo is linear in time. It sees time in a very sort of linear way, with a very real, very practical narrative following way of seeing things. And what we're really learning in this next 18-month period is that rationality doesn't cut it anymore. If we're trying to make our decisions and make sense of the world based on a rational deduction, it's not going to add up. And you may well find yourself going round and round in rational circles, even though actually the rational Virgo and kind of mindset is not actually going round. It's going from A to B and B to C. So, the usual tendency to tidy things up and to be quite organized in that, and also to have an approach on physical natural health, it's just not going to cut it. And so where is your attention going? Well, it's going in this Pisces kind of way, which is fluid. It's like Pisces is to fluid as Virgo is to rationality, and so like the Pisces energy is movement, like the movement of emotions, the movement of goals and dreams and imagination. It's moving within places and realities and space-time continuum. So this could be quite a confusing time, especially if you are quite a rational Sagittarius as opposed to a hopeful Sagittarians. I think the more sort of Jupiterian you are in your approach as a Sagittarius or a Sagittarius rising sign, I think the easier life is going to be for you, because, like Pisces and Sagittarius share Jupiter as a ruler. And so, for a lot of people with a strong Sagittarius motif in their charts, they absolutely are hopeful, exuberant, faithful, like, in the idea that there is a feeling of faith, that there is a guiding principle somewhere. And yeah, those kinds of things will really help you with the North Node in Pisces. So, we are encouraged to have faith even when things aren't mapped out, which I'm sure for you, you'll manage quite well. And also to have faith in the unknown, and to be able to do your usual Sagittarian thing of kind of galloping off into the distance and seeing things in the distance and kind of half planning. The half bakedness of your personality is it will work quite well with the North Node in Pisces. but the faith in the unknown is really an important part of that. Another thing that may be a little bit difficult, because Sagittarians tend to be quite idealistic, is the idea that there is no wrong, there is no judgment, and that's a little bit difficult for a lot of people to grasp. But the North Node in Pisces is really showing us that, you know, when we are sticking to our moral judgments, that's when things go really bonkers, because, you know, we attach extra ideas to our moral judgments, you know, actual extra layers of rightness. So we feel very justified in our moral judgments, and yet your moral judgment is just as strong as somebody else's moral judgment, and the North Node in Pisces is likely to bring that up. Now, you might be thinking, well, how the hell does that like fit into how things are at home, or how I'm sharing my life with someone? Well, think about your childhood. What moral judgments did you learn about as a child? What morality did you pick up from your parents? Possibly what narrative did you pick up from your parents, in particular about how you live your life, and also how you express yourself in your career? You know, anywhere where you've got these really sort of fixed ideas on how life is meant to go for you, that's going to most likely trip you up and uninspire you. That will keep you fully in the wrapping, like, or feeling wrapped up in the Virgoan. Okay, so where's our timeline? Okay, I need to do this, and then I need to do this, and then I need to do this. And if I do it like this, everything will work out fine. It'll be fixed. It'll be fit for purpose. And I can probably serve humanity somehow, because Virgos love, actually Pisces do too, and Sagittarians a little bit. But, you know, there is this kind of serving, you know, helping people motif between, you know, the polarity of Virgo and Pisces. So, yeah, it's very easy to think that doing things in a linear way is going to bring the greatest level of results. However, the North Node in Pisces is asking you to not see things so firmly. In fact, scrap your timeline altogether. You might think, okay, I need to do this, I need to do this. Start creating a multi-layered, kind of multi-dimensional timeline. It's not even a timeline anymore. It's a beingness, like a schedule of beingness, you know, and doingness, and just create it in midair in your mind. Like, allow your ideas or your sentiments for yourself to kind of hang there. Create them as a possibility. That's it. Possibility thinking is probably the best way for you to proceed. The more you are in possibility, and the more hopeful and the more faith you have in the unknown, the more likely the real life-changing things are going to occur. I want to share a very brief story. The last time this was going through my fourth house, lots of chaos was going on in my life previously, before, including coming to the end of a really long relationship where we shared a house, bank account, etc. And around that time, you know, I did have my normal job, which I'd worked my way up at, and I just didn't know how I could carry on my life. You know, my identity felt very stressed, you know, because I built it up within this relationship and within this career. And, you know, I was kind of fixed on how I felt. And yet, I also felt very uncomfortable in my body, which is also your home, isn't it? It's where you live. And just things weren't right. And I guess at that time, I just had this kind of openness. On the one hand, I was thinking, I just want to smash it all up, you know, because it's much easier sometimes to kind of destroy your life rather than let life do it. And that's how it felt at the time. It felt like lots of things were coming apart at the seams, and it felt like I didn't have much control. And in the end, I just had to go into that sense of possibility and just, I think I gave myself permission to have a break. I gave myself permission to do things differently to how I'd done them before, because I realized that just going down that road just felt so stressful. It felt untenable. I knew I couldn't do it for much longer. Anyway, what happened was I was offered a job that reminded me of a job that I had several years ago, and it brought me a lot of pleasure. And it was one of those jobs in tourism management, where I needed to live where I was working, and it was just perfect. And it was an unusual scenario. It wasn't for a proper business. It was for a kind of investor that had some kind of weird and wacky idea, and they were just looking for somebody who needed to have one of these bright, big visions, and to just jump in wholeheartedly. And that's what happened for me. I made a choice and was able to dive wholeheartedly into something completely new, completely different, that had reminded me of a past job. And that's important, actually, because the South Node does remind us of where we've already got capability, and it maybe reminds you of a younger version of yourself. And so that was definitely coming up as a theme. And of course, I moved in, changed the way I was living completely, living on my own in this business, which was great fun. And it gave me a step out of my life. Now, it's not likely to happen like that for you necessarily. However, can you see how those threads come together? So, you may well find that your home and your work, have an extra significance. Like, is it the time now for you to work from home? Are you going to move home because of where you're working? Is your job going to change? Are you going to move so you're closer? Who knows? There's all sorts of different permutations. You might even be moving because of somebody else's job, So it can all sort of like tie in together, because obviously the people you live with, if they're going through some shift, you will probably go through that shift with them if you're in a sort of like close, tight-knit family or partnership. So, all of these things do make, a huge difference. And again, you can't map them out. This job I would never have seen coming because it wasn't advertised. It wasn't a completely full and like sensing, like it wasn't a job that you could make sense of. It was literally created on the fly by an investor who had a vision, and I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, thanks to, funnily enough, my ex who put me in contact. So it's so funny, how these things all come together. So it's really important to just let all of the interesting scenarios kind of hang there in the air, be in that sense of possibility and wonder and see what happens. So for instance, this North Node going through the fourth house is a reminder that you might not be like your home might not be right for you anymore. There is some kind of shift going on at home right now. I would like to feel at home. I haven't felt at home for quite a long time, actually. Sometimes we find ourselves in the wrong place at the right time. We get these like slightly, slightly nonsensical patterns in our life, and the North Node is here to help us make sense of it. Who knows, in 18 months time I might be telling a very different story about my home. So this is what's going on. This is like a very prevalent, important nodal pattern for you. The most important times during this nodal cycle are happening first of all in three times, I guess. And some of two of the times are because of the conjunctions between the personal planets and the North Node. And then the other time that's really where the themes of the North Node are very prevalent is when the personal planets are coming through into a conjunction with the South Node and in opposition to the North Node. So let's unpack that a bit more. So between January the 11th, like today that I'm recording this, and April the 25th, the personal planets are going to be going into a conjunction with the North Node, one after the other, sometimes at the same time. Oh, don't know if you heard that. I just made some magical fairy dust sound. That'll be interesting. So we've got the first, during this January to April, we've got Venus going over the North Node. She goes into Pisces, over the North Node, into Aries, and then she comes back. She's doing a retrograde, where she goes back over the North Node and she goes forwards again. We're going to have the Sun going over the North Node. That's very straightforward. We're also going to have Mercury do very much like Venus. Mercury is going to come into the sign of Pisces, into Aries, crossing over the North Node, then coming back. Now, he doesn't really go beyond it and forwards again. He kind of goes back to the North Node and changes direction at the same time. But essentially, there's much more activity than usual, for Venus and Mercury. They are absolutely interacting with the North Node in quite a fundamental way. Now, Mars won't be doing that because Mars is over here, also in a retrograde. I'll talk about the 3 retrogrades as well right at the end. But, that's a lot of energy. We've also got the moon, obviously makes a connection to the North Node every month, and also a connection to the South Node, i.e. goes into opposition with the North Node every month. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. That's not all, though. We've also got the North Node's going to make a conjunction with Neptune that is slowly transitioning out of the sign of Pisces and will be ingressing into Aries at the end of March. And we're also going to have a conjunction between the North Node and Saturn that's also doing the same. So again, there's a lot of activity for the North Node. So between January and April, which is when a lot of this is happening, this is the most intense time of this nodal period, I would say, because it's really getting us underway into the ideas of the North Node. Now, given that it has a lot to do with Pisces and the unraveling of the rationality, I suspect it's going to be quite difficult for a lot of people, not necessarily a Sagittarian person, because like Sagittarians are a little bit more kind of crazy, a little bit more flexible than most. However, you may well feel quite affected by other people reacting to some of the chaos going on in the world. So I do think we're going to have a lot of world events going on during this January to April time in 2025. And this is when we really need to lean in and have faith that whatever is going on is for some reason working its way out for a good reason. And we never do know in hindsight. We never know in the moment what's going on. But when we get that hindsight, that's when all of a sudden things become clear, and we're like, okay, now that makes sense. Just like my crazy job from years and years ago in the last cycle, I didn't know why. My life wasn't quite so satisfying at that moment in time, and then all of a sudden this new thing came in and this new lease of life came about. So the more open you are, the easier it's going to be, but yes, it's likely to be quite chaotic, and in that chaos and the energy that you're picking up from everyone else around the world, you may also want to make some shifts at home and also some shifts in your career. So that is intense. During that time, as you're leaning into the Pisces energy, there is also a very sort of dynamic phase where on the 14th and the 29th of March, we've also got the eclipses. So there will be a lunar eclipse and also a solar eclipse. So one of them's a new moon, one of them's a full moon. So they are also very, very sort of intense. The next period of time that is really like picking up the nodal patterns is between July and October. And so we've got, let me just get everything, all my details in front of me. We have Mars going into a conjunction with the South Node on the 22nd of July in opposition to the North Node. And then we'll also have the Sun and Mercury come into a conjunction with the South Node between the 10th and the 11th of September. And then on the 3rd of October, Venus comes into a conjunction with the South Node. Now, during that time, there's going to be impulses to release something about your career, to release some of your thoughts and feelings about how you're standing in the world, how responsible you're being, are you carrying the world on your shoulders, etc., etc. And so you're getting a full gamut of the personal planets, the Sun, the Moon, Mars, Mercury, Venus and Mars. So Mars leading the way is really showing you, the physical costs of doing what you do and how you do it, the way you're doing it. And you might feel really, really fired up in your career, but realize that there's a change in direction that you need to do. So, it is really encouraging you to sort of like dig deep and notice where there's a pattern that's not working. Also, where there's a pattern where you're resting on your laurels, and you're challenging yourself, you might want to release from that. Mercury, as it comes over that, is showing you where your communications and business and stuff need to be changed, altered, the way you are relating to the people around you, your clients maybe, and further afield. Venus coming into that position is also, showing how you're different in the way you're relating, and also I think the feeling of flow in your career as well. So there's a lot to ponder during those times, and it does feel like it's time to release things, release patterns. And during the time on the 7th and 21st of September, it's super intense when you've got, again, the second season of the eclipses. Again, there's a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse, a new moon and a full moon. So again, the nodal pattern comes up again, and it all relates into each other. Now, one thing I haven't already mentioned, actually, which could be quite useful, is the 4th and the 10th also do have something to do with your parents, or the trusted people that you've grown up with, because they're not always the parents, not for everybody. Like a lot of astrologers say that the 10th is for one particular parent and the 4th is for another. I tend to rather than give them genders, because I have noticed that they've shifted quite a lot. I often say that for me, my outward, and you make your own mind up about this, but for me, the 10th house really shows my most outward career facing parent, the parent that did more of the outside of the family stuff, and that was teaching me about physical material reality. I get that mostly from my outward parent, and that to me is my 10th house parent. My 4th house is the parent that I got a lot more nurturing and love and support from, and was more home-based. But that's how I see it. A lot of astrologers have it the other way around, so make your own decision there. But the 4th and the 10th, I think, are really showing you different archetypes of how you can be in the world, which is often learnt from the people that you grow up observing. So, it's another way of looking at it. So, things could also come to light about your parents during this time. And then that was a weird and frantic in-breath, wasn't it? So the next moment in time will be around the Feb and March of 2026. And that is when, again, we get a full complement of personal planets going into the sign of Pisces and making a last connection with the North Node in Pisces. So we've got, Mercury on the 2nd of Feb, Venus on the 18th of Feb, the Sun on the 27th of Feb, and then Mars on the 13th of March. And during that time, we will also have a very tight bit on the 17th of February, which funnily enough is when Venus is in a conjunction or very close to a conjunction with the North Node. So the 17th of February and the 3rd of March are when we've got the last nodal eclipse of these patterns. So an interesting time. So that's taking you through the most interesting and life-changing times in this particular 18-month cycle. So I hope that's helpful for you in navigating some of what's going on. Again, I really do recommend that you go back in time and think what was going on for me in June 2006 to December 2007. What I normally find is what we've been recently challenged with, as a direction to grow in, is often the thing showing us what we need in our next layer of life. So, often I think, where you've just been, where I've just been as well, because I'm a Sagittarius, I've been exploring how much joy I need in my life now. I realize I've been really working hard for quite a long time, and actually I need to feel a lot more joy, a lot more love, and a lot more creativity in my life. And so if you can bring your recent learnings into this new nodal pattern, this new part of the cycle, I think that also really helps give you some clarity. But like I said, this is very much a time when we need to not have it mapped out, and we need to have faith in the unknown. So I hope that's helpful. Last comments, I promise. Another reason why this Jan to April time is so intense is because this is when the personal retrogrades are all coming into not an alignment, although you could say Venus and Mercury are very aligned in Mercury's first retrograde. He has 3 retrogrades every year. But what's interesting is the fact that you've got Mars, Venus and Mercury pretty much giving us this solid block of the first quarter with these retrogrades. The personal retrogrades really affect us at a personal level. Like when we're looking at, like, say, Pluto retrograde or Uranus retrograde, what's going on is really affecting society a lot more. We're noticing any shifts that are coming into us is, I think, where we're making sense of what's going on out there. But with Mars retrograde, I really think it's a message for us to strengthen ourselves internally, that we don't have to make change and take action externally all the time, but we can do it internally. Venus, she's showing us that we are reviewing the past and reviewing old relationships, and really, like, kind of we're in I would say, a place of memory. We're very faithful to our past memories, and there's a lot of like grass is greener. I think when Venus is retrograde, we put a lot of attention onto past pleasing events, and then we're looking at how we are now and what's going on. So it's like an internal inquiry about relatedness. And Mercury, I'm sure very well how Mercury retrograde goes. So when they all kind of cycle up around the same time, it shows a huge amount of personal change and transformation. And when you also then put in the nodal shift, the fact that it's in one of these angular places in your chart, a really important place to do with your home and also to do with your standing in the world, it gets very, very real. So Mars is retrograde as we go into the year and stays retrograde in this 8th house sort of area, which, by the way, just so you know, the 8th house, you might already know, but the 8th house has to do with a lot of our old value systems and our shared value systems with other people. So it includes things like shame, blame, guilt and anger, which can absolutely immobilize us sometimes. So Mars retrograde, where we're not physically taking action, but we're more internal, it becomes very, very real. Like we are internalizing and examining our psychology. So that's very intense at the start. And then there's a tiny gap where none of them are retrograde between the 24th of Feb and the 2nd of March. But then from the 2nd of March, Venus, by that time in Aries, around here, goes retrograde. Meanwhile, Mercury also goes retrograde at this same point. They both go back to the same point before moving forward. So it's intense. So there you go, Sagittarius. There's lots that we're working on, as a group of, like humanity is working on chaos and the mysteries of life. And I do think at the end of this 18-month period, we'll be coming through this and actually saying, well, I do know why this is happening now. This is starting to make more sense. But yeah, let go of the rational as much as you can and embrace the fluidity. It will serve you. We just don't know how yet. So anyway, lots of love to you. Take care and catch you another time. Bye for now. Hey there, Capricorn. So this is your 18-month guide to understanding the North Node in Pisces as it goes through this part of your chart associated with the 3rd house in your astrology. Now, you might be listening as a Capricorn or also somebody with Capricorn rising. That would really make sense to you. So this is really to explore how the North Node in Pisces and the South Node in Virgo is likely to trigger growth cycles and get you back on track. And the North Node, the path of the North Node is not always that clear. The North Node is a bit like maybe a roadmap, sort of like showing you the kind of karmic growth that you're going through. It's always trying to help you balance out the celestial and also the very earthly realms together. So always quite a fascinating process. Now, these shaded areas, I've made them overlap with the previous and the next sign, just to really emphasize the fact that these North Node cycles, it is just a cycle. Like we have just come out of 18 months of the North Node in Aries, whilst the South Node has been going through the sign of Libra. Now, as of today, the 11th of January, the North Node is going into the sign of Pisces and the South Node into the sign of Virgo. They will be there until the 27th of July 2026, upon which the North Node will go into the sign of Aquarius and the South Node into the sign of Leo. Now, if you want to know a lot of detail about the North Node, how it's calculated, what it represents, lots about the Sabian symbols for the particular North Node at the time, and so much more besides that, then please do check out the earlier part of this video where I really go in depth in the way that I love to do. But in this short forecast, I'm really going to be looking at the energy of the North Node in Pisces around this part of your chart, the third house, releasing the energy of the South Node in Virgo, really from this part of your chart, really related to adventure, and kind of tying it in. During this time, I'm also going to be letting you know about the times when the nodal karmic themes seem stronger than ever. And then the times when it might just be a bit easier. So hopefully that this will give you a good heads up as to how to use it. Now, I always think the story of our life, I don't know if you believe in karma or not. Not everybody does. But the North Node, wherever it is, from my perspective, it appears to be teaching us something. And where we're not listening to the teaching, we get these challenges that come up. So, for instance, right now, the North Node in the sign of Pisces is encouraging all of us, humanity, to be a lot more working from our intuition, from our magical, mysterious, faith-based, creative mind. It's very much working from the soul and the empathic our empathic centers, our psychic abilities, really working with the unseen elements of life. That is where most of the emphasis is. And the South Node in the sign of Virgo, the South Node, like the North Node, is always showing us where we're leaning into. And the South Node, I think, is showing us what we need to let go of. Because the South Node, it's a place where we've already corrected things, already learned things, already got quite a lot of good experience. It's where we've already cut our career path. We've moved forwards. We've been able to grow sufficiently. But the South Node is showing that, anywhere where we're staying in our comfort zone and in those patterns that have worked for us historically, we are coming unstuck a little bit. Like we've got to the end of the road of the growth and we must try a new style. So, for instance, in the very last nodal cycle, the South Node was in the sign of Libra and the North Node was actually in the sign of Aries. Now, that was saying, look, we've done and dusted actually recognizing each other as brother and sister. We know that we need to support each other. Because that's a real sort of like partnership sign, the sign of Libra. And yet now we need to focus on how we can make ourselves well too. The time before that, we were actually encouraged to come out of self-involvement and to rejoin humanity. So it feels like the last two North Node cycles or nodal cycles have been about rebalancing the energy between your relationship with self and the relationship with others. So, in one set of 18 months, the learning was we need to look outside of ourselves and help each other. And then in the most recent one, we'd done it a bit too much. We'd experienced it already. We could understand some of the ramifications of it. And then there's a swinging back to self-interest. And again, self-interest sounds terrible, doesn't it? But actually it's about self-love. It's about recognizing, a bit like if you're going down in a plane, you're advised to put your own breathing apparatus on first before saving your children, because you can't help people if you're working from an unfull cup. You need to fill yourself up first. So, we've had these very strong messages around the world, definitely in world politics, going from, and you can see it playing out right now, the idea of socialism and looking after people, and then the idea of more, like a more conservative viewpoint of looking after yourself first. And, the media will play them both in such strong and polarizing ways. But really what we're learning is actually nobody wins. Nobody wins unless we all win, so we can't just help other people rise and not attend to ourselves. Similarly, we can't really rise on our own. It works when we're doing it to each other, and anywhere where we're putting one group of people forwards and another group of people back is a mistake. And actually, we all need to put ourselves forwards. I think that's the learning. And interestingly, that's coming into this time now with the North Node in Pisces, because the North Node in Pisces, is saying there is no judgment. There is no right or wrong. There is no you and me. There is nothing, it's boundaryless. This is where the sign of Pisces gets really kind of crazy, because, if you think of the two fish, which is kind of illustrated here in the sign, the actual symbol for Pisces, swimming in different directions. You can't actually hold on to either of them because they're going in their own pattern. They don't want to be trapped down into anything. And, if you've got a strong Pisces motif in your chart, you'll know full well that, or if you know Pisces around you, you'll know full well that they like to stay in the mystery, stay in the uncertainty a little bit, so it's good to have space to be able to maneuver yourself. And, when there's no judgment, and I realize I'm not a guru, so I'm not like unequivocally saying this is how it is. This is how this appears to me right now. And I'm open to discussion. But, what occurs to me is when you are holding a strong position right now, by default, even if you're not intending to make somebody wrong, by default, when you have a strong position of this is what is right, it implies that you disagree with the other view. And so the North Node in Pisces is really coming together and saying, look, actually, all is welcome here. We're all welcome. We are all each other's brother and sister. And we need to listen and understand and not be morally judgmental on each other. So it is actually encouraging us into a place of forgiveness and greater compassion for everybody, not just forgiveness and compassion to the people we love, but the forgiveness and compassion to even the people we don't like. And it's interesting because the opposite sign of Virgo, which is where the South Node is, which, according to like the ideas of the nodes, it would suggest right now that, we have already had quite a Virgoan experience, i.e. we have very defined views on things. The Virgo energy by comparison is more linear, so the more unclear and fluid the Pisces energy is, the more linear and timed and planned the Virgo energy is. And so we're coming out, we're being encouraged to step out of seeing the world in a linear way with clear black and whites, clear narratives, to be able to say this is real and therefore everything else is unreal or surreal. It's not serving us anymore. All that's happening actually is there's greater levels of division. So this is going to be a very interesting nodal pattern. Now, where it's happening in your chart, Capricorn, it's in this place to do with community and belonging, and also our initial learning and the narrative of our community, and also very much the kinds of people in and around us. So, the South Node up here is in the place of your big adventure, your bigger concept, your bigger context, your political, religious, spiritual views, your desire to develop your ideas and share them far and wide. There is something very broadcasty about the ninth house. It is absolutely, where good news spreads, and it spreads to be shared further and further and further and further. Like it's almost going outwards from your current experience, whereas the third house, I think, is bringing us back and even deeper into our original experience. So you know, what I imagine is likely to happen for you over this next 18-month period from, you know, today, the 11th of January, 2025, up until the 27th of July, 2026. What I imagine is going to happen is you'll find that you're being pulled more and more into your local community, into your local friendships, into the kind of narrative of your peers when you were growing up, maybe the narrative of your family when you were growing up. And, you know, what was really important to you back then? You know, what did you learn about the world back then? And only now what's happening is you're encouraged to see it through quite an intuitive and mysterious way, so that you're not trying to be rigid about it. You're being kind of flowing and accepting, and in a place of possibility within your community. So actually, I think this could actually like bring you to open up a lot more where you live, and open up your skills and your inherent beauty and your inherent wackiness, or whatever it is. You know, whatever is really you will be encouraged to come out in a mysterious and loving and creative and inventive and intuitive way. And the kinds of conversations that you're going to have with people over this next 18-month period seem to be a lot more mysterious. You might also realize that the time of judging where you come from is coming to an end. You know, I also see that you might rejoin the feel of what felt very local to you in your early childhood. So you might be reconnecting to people in a deeper way. And the way that happens is kind of mysterious. Like you wouldn't have seen it coming, but you suddenly feel a lot more aligned, you know, like the people around you, maybe they're okay. Maybe you're not judging them, or maybe it's okay to have different views about things. So, you know, in terms of all the nodal patterns and where they're showing up in the charts, you know, this particular part of the cycle for you in terms of the whole North Node cycle, which takes 19 years, this one for 18 months is one of the sort of easier sides of this cycle. Like last year, where it was, I think was not just last year, but in the last 18-month cycle, you'd have been given quite a thorough workout on what you believe to be you know, grounding and rooted, you know, where your true security is coming from, and really the nature of what home represents for you. So this one is a lot more playful than the last 18-month cycle. Similarly, you are being encouraged to release your sense of, I would say, possibly superiority in terms of your political, religious and spiritual viewpoints, just because, you know, Virgo here in this part of your chart is really showing the rigidity of thinking. So anywhere where like religious doctrine, political doctrine, science-based doctrine has got in the way of your relationships and in the way of your experience, that's something that's releasing from your life right now. Now, you know, the energy of Virgo, you know, I said there's a lot about narratives, reality, clear linear planning and stuff, but, you know, the Virgo energy is also about putting things right. There's a really big sort of Mr. Fix-It kind of energy, or like a Mary Poppins kind of energy, you know, where you're like finding problems and then wanting to go and fix them straight away and get it all right, get everything fit for purpose, everything working, everything slotting into place. And of course, we're coming into a time now where nothing's going to fit in place at all. And the real trick is to be able to accept that, you know, in this kind of human sphere of existence, expecting to have everything tightly, neatly fitting together is an impossibility. And it's also unnatural. You know, that's not the way nature works. And of course, if we're trying to apply energies that are unnatural in a natural plane of existence, you know, chaos will come about because, you know, we are natural beings. And so I think there is a lot more of a naturalness of style emerging within you and a release of the more rigid ways of being. Health, I think, also is kind of important, you know, in terms of what you know about your health and where you get your health advice from. You know, like the ninth house really can be a place where we feel quite certain in our beliefs and our convictions. Sure, we open up to new things, but we often go to find our information, by significantly more important experts. And, you know, with the South Node here, you might actually be experted out. You might have actually got to the stage where you realize that there is no expert that can really share with you something actually of meaning right now, and of substance. It has to come through your direct experience. You have to absolutely feel it and to know it. And again, you know, you're coming out of the rational and coming more into the intuitive and felt and known. So this is going to be an interesting time. And again, you might be learning more natural wisdom about your health and your body locally, you know, from your locals that you grew up with, or you might remember some of the old remedies that your mum or father mother or father gave you, or, you know, things that you heard, you know, passed down the family line from grandparents. You know, this is a time when I think our indigenous roots, our natural ancestral roots are starting to come forward. It's a time to embrace that a lot more. So that's just a few of the key things. Now, education also comes into this. You know, we've got like the ABC 1, 2, 3 kind of education here, which is local facts, and it's encouraging us to get a grounding in a lot of different subjects. Whereas up here, this is where we get mega studious and we kind of focus on one thing. I think, you know, what's coming up right now with the South Node in this part of your chart is the implication that you may well have got too specific in what you know. And you've gone as far as you can with what you know. And actually, in this next 18-month period, what would be more helpful to you is to have a more broad understanding of how everything fits together. You know, so you know a bit of this, a bit of that, a bit of this, a bit of that. And of course, you might not need to know the in-depth knowledge on every one of those subjects or skills, for instance, but just kind of intuitively picking up what you might need to know about several different subjects. Again, I wouldn't go too far down on the facts like the ABC 1, 2, 3, because that's more of a Virgoan way of looking at things. But if you can have dip your intuitive learning toe into several different subjects that could form more of a foundation of knowledge, then I think that could be quite useful. So during this time, there are going to be moments that are much more aligned to the North Node, which is helping you to grow and evolve. And there are going to be some times when things are a lot more normal. So the normal times are not these times. So the times when I think things are more likely to follow a usual routine, I would say would be between the end of April and the beginning of July, or possibly the let me just tell you when in October, from mid-October until the beginning of February. You know, they are, you know, two of the times when there's not as much nodal activity, like there's not loads of stuff happening connecting with the North Nodes and stuff. It's a lot lighter. However, these are the really strong ones where you might find things get a little bit crazier before they start to make more sense. And of course, you know, being a Capricorn or having that strong Capricorn energy, whether it's your ascendant or your sun, you might really having a heads up of when things might get a little out of hand, a little bit too woo-woo for your liking. So the first, and this is the current one as well, the most important part of this nodal period is from the 11th of January until around the 15th, 16th, 17th of April. During that time, we are going through the first lot of conjunctions with the North Node. So every year we have the sun going, the sun goes all the way around once a year. Mercury, tends to do the same. And Venus is not far behind, so Mercury, Venus and the sun are always kind of moving in a relationship to each other. So it's normal that they're all going to make a conjunction with the North Node. However, this year it's slightly different. And that is, we have Venus is going to be going into a conjunction with the North Node, going past it, then going retrograde over it again, and then moving back over it a third time. So we've got 3 times as many Venus conjunctions in this earlier season. Similarly, Mercury is going into a conjunction with the North Node, moving past it, and then he's not, like when he goes retrograde, he's not going to shoot right past and then go forwards again. but Mercury is going to shoot back to the position of where the North Node is and kind of stop and turn around at the North Node. So again, Mercury has a lot more to do with the North Node. What this means is, like, these personal planets, I think, are the links. They are, when they come into contact with the North Node, they are showing us we are going through some karmic decision making. Things are happening, situations are evolving, situations that are sufficiently interesting and different enough to create a change in our life. So we are going through a series of big personal changes, all of us right now, and humanity. I mean, this is a message for humanity, and I'm just trying to distill it to you and your viewpoint right now. But yes, it's pretty intense. So it's the Sun, Venus 3 times, and Mercury kind of twice. Mars is over in this area, so is not getting involved, but is still retrograde during this January to April time. So this is very intense. But that's not all. Obviously, the moon's going to go over this every single month. And we've also got Neptune and Saturn in the sign of Pisces right now, and they are lining up and getting ready to go into Aries. So during this time in March, for instance, the North Node is going to come into a conjunction with Neptune. And that only happens every 19 or so years. It's a very, very unique experience. I've actually got that in my birth chart, the combination of the two of them. And it really creates a deeply intuitive, deeply empathic, compassionate mind view and mindset. It's opening up our hearts, and it's connecting us into all different realms of experience. We're likely to get quite woo-woo. I'm sure there's going to be lots of things that kind of take us out of our body a little bit. To me, it feels like we're all having a bit of a sort of like out of body experience. It's kind of trippy, and we might get very vague around that time. Our identity is likely to be subject to lots of different shifts. So it's intense. And then the North Node, when it comes into a conjunction with Saturn during this time period as well, then it feels like we're needing to make a practical decision that could have a real effect on how we do things. Now, obviously, this is all taking place in the 3rd house. So what I'm deducing is all of these changes that are coming up for you, in particular changes about how you feel, are coming up to do with your local environment, what is really common to you, what feels really normal to you, your normal friends, maybe your cousins and siblings and people that you were familiar with from childhood. It's a real feeling of like family or belonging, like where do you belong right now? And your feelings around that, including any hang-ups you might have, are all going to be worked on. So again, as these things are coming up for you, the invitation is to be as intuitive and unplanned, unscheduled as you can. If you can learn, this is actually going to teach you to have faith in not having it all mapped out, and faith in the unknown, and possibly faith in your community. I think that's important, so you might find that the more you're trying to organize things, the more things go wrong. But when you just kind of relax and realize, well, it takes everyone to create a community, everyone to get involved in learning. I'm going to sit back and let these things drop in at the right moment in time, then I think things will go quite magically. Now, during that time, there is also the 2 eclipses, one on the 14th and one on the 29th of March. And this will really make the changes that we're going through really quite dynamic. So the second time when things get kind of very busy in terms of our direction in life, and that would be between July and October. So during that time, we've now got Mars in on the act. So Mars will have gone direct and is in this area. So on the 22nd of July, Mars makes a conjunction with the South Node and an opposition to the North Node. So this is one of the first things encouraging us to release. So we're releasing our physical actions about learning. You know, we are kind of where we're taking action normally about expanding and having an adventure and going off and doing all this stuff. It feels like we're maybe curtailed from doing that. So you might find, like, if you've got travel plans around July to October, you might find it quite frustrating, because especially with Mars there, you might feel like, is this what I'm meant to be doing? It might feel like it's easy to do, and that you've done this so many times before, but you might realize that you've outgrown it, or there's something that's changed, so Mars is leading the way there. Then we've got Mercury and the Sun going into it at the same time. Within a day of each other, you've got the Sun and Mercury in a conjunction to the South Node, between the 10th and the 11th of September. And then finally, you've got Venus making a conjunction to it on the 3rd of October. And during that time, we've got the eclipses on the 7th and the 21st of September. That's when it gets really intense. So, don't be surprised if during that time you are feeling this sense of, who am I? I used to be so highbrow. I used to really revere this, and this. And all of a sudden it's, like less important somehow. And then the following and the last sort of intense period of activity would be as Mars, Venus, Mercury, the Sun come into a conjunction with the North Node. This time it's around about here, because obviously it's been moving all that, during the duration of that time. And so the Sun, Mercury, Venus and Mars will make a conjunction with the North Node. And then we're really leaning back into the community, really kind of diving back into our communal experience, our friends, the people around us, everything that's grounding us, all the resources that we might be using within the community, our role within the community and our purpose within the community will come up as a lot more important. And again, the more you can be creative and open to possibilities, the more likely it is to develop. So I'm hopeful that that's helpful to you. Look, one last thing, just to share with you, it is really unusual to have Mars, Venus and Mercury all retrograde at the same time, and during a node change, and also during the time when Neptune's changing signs as well, and that Neptune and the North Node come into a conjunction. I mean, that's just one of the peculiarities of 2025. There's lots of them. But all the personal planets, when they go retrograde, they're affecting us at a really unique personal level. And so as we come into January, I mean, Mars was already retrograde, and he came into the sign of Cancer. He's going backwards. We're not feeling quite so sturdy in ourselves. We're taking internal action. We're stretching into ourselves. We're not kind of like lifting weights as much as we might think. It's more about being like yogic in our experience. So it's important to take action, but sort of internalize, the action we're taking. And then, Venus and Mercury, they are, Venus goes retrograde first, then Mercury does, then Mercury goes back and forwards. And then, Venus is also doing that, but she goes forwards or direct afterwards. So the whole of the Venus and Mercury retrogrades are encapsulated in the Venus dates from the 2nd of March until the 13th of April. So yeah, there's a lot of great change going on for you in these early 4 months. And then hopefully, you should get a bit of a break. So I hope that's helpful to you in understanding a bit more about this shift. One last thing I want to leave you with, and that is what was going on for you back in June 2006 to December 2007, because that was the last time that the nodes were going in these parts of your charts. So if you can remember what was going on for you, that would really give you a good, clear idea as to what it is you might be adding to that learning. What kind of experiences may well come up during that time. You might have felt that you were doing some kind of traveling or learning, and yet, at some point you realize that you had enough already, and actually it was more about doing and being kind of sort of practical and closer to home. It might have been a time when you were coming home. So yeah, there you go. Anyway, lots and lots of love to you, Capricorn. Have a great 18-month new cycle, and to speak to you real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Aquarius. So this is an 18-month cycle forecast for the North Node in Pisces, and it's quite an interesting, shift. The North and South Node are always working in opposition to each other, and there is definitely something to do with our karmic learning going on during these times. They've just, the North Node has just come outside of the sign of Aries. It's just going into the sign of Pisces now today on the 11th of January. It'll be there until the 27th of July, 2026. And similarly, then it's going to move on for another 18 months, just a bit over, into the sign of Aquarius. And that's going to be a big one, actually. Similarly, the South Node is just released from the sign of Libra, is going into Virgo for 18 months, and then we'll go into Leo, hence the little overlap of these shapes. The next nodal challenge from July 2026 is going to be bringing in a very big pattern of change for you. So I see this one as clearing the path. So I want to do a slightly different approach for you, because obviously, I really see that this particular pattern is really setting you up for a much bigger one in 18 months' time. So I want to talk about both of them in this short forecast in a way that I haven't done for other signs. The North Node, and if you want to know a lot more about the North Node, like how it's calculated, the Sabian symbols for it, the chart of when it actually changes signs and things like that, then check out the first part of this video. I've gone into it in quite a bit of detail, which might be interesting. But, right now in this particular forecast, I want to really bring in the idea of the push and pull of the nodes, and how the North Node is showing you what you're encouraged to lean into. And so what we've got here then, we've got the North Node in Pisces coming into your second house of experience, which is about your money, your resources, like the money that you're earning, how you feel about what you're earning, and also your self-esteem. Like, do you feel deserving of great wealth and abundance? Do you feel like you deserve what you are earning? Anywhere where there's not a deservingness about you is going to be worked on for sure with this North Node. And I see this as all very instrumental, because the North Node then, in 18 months' time, is going to be coming to your first house, about you, your identity, your body. It's really personal. And it's about you taking your place in this world and knowing you belong, really feeling it. So the more you can work on your feeling of self-esteem, the better off you're going to be next time around. But also, there's lots to be going on with here. This is, I think, very helpful. The energy here is really encouraging you to learn what you need to learn to manage your money better, and to take fuller responsibility for yourself. Now, when I say take more responsibility or fuller responsibility for yourself, it sounds like I'm going to get all instructive and, give you like this step-by-step plan, but actually it's going into the sign of Pisces, which is really laid back and fluid, and actually very intuitive and magical and mysterious. And so there isn't a very clear plan, but the best plan is to keep checking in with your feelings and your psychic energy, and to assess from that perspective. So, in this next 18-month period, yes, you're going to be reviewing your money, but you're also going to be considering your earnings from the perspective of your intuition. So, for instance, if you feel awkward asking for money, or creating a receipt for somebody, you might ask yourself, you might tune in and say, okay, what was going on there? Ooh, I'm not comfortable about receiving. What is going on there? And tune in, and you might notice that things going on in different parts of your body, and you could use a natural health and healing perspective with it to shift that particular blockage. But yeah, the learning and the development, you have to, I guess, well, it's your choice. You can either choose to stay in the mystery and the exploration of it, or you could be kind of very rational about it. But I really think the greatest gifts, and this is the thing with the North Node, you don't always know why you're doing it in a particular way, but things seem to work better when you follow the North Node's ideas. And the ideas here are very much about fluidity, about having faith, about working in lots of different ways on lots of different platforms. I don't mean, the platforms like YouTube and TikTok and so on and so forth, although that might be a good thing. I'm thinking multi-dimensionality. So, you know, on the one hand, we've got the very physical and real experience of doing work and earning a living. And that does look very practical and, you know, straightforward. You know, there is an exchange. You do something, you get something back. It's very transactional. And yet there are lots of different dimensions to that, you know, and, you know, I don't know what you do exactly, but, you know, there are lots of different layers in how you're working. And that's one of the things that's going to be explored over this next 18-month period. Now, similarly, with the South Node up here in the sign of Virgo, this, you know, the first house is about you, and the second house is about your earnings and your values about yourself. So you could, by, you know, in the same way, say that the seventh house is about everyone that's not you, and the eighth house is like everybody else's earnings, everyone else's money that's not your money, but that might be related to you. So the eighth house often shows us where we're sharing assets that come in from our partners and our family, like family wealth, where there's lots of resources available to us, but not from our direct earnings. It might also involve things like loans, mortgages, our stocks and shares, you know, where we're making money from different vehicles or techniques, but not necessarily through our hard graft, you know, and there's always a third party involved in it. So, you know, the eighth house is pretty big in that respect. But similarly, in the same way as, you know, this is about how we feel about ourselves and our self-esteem. Are we raising ourselves up? Or are we kind of putting ourselves down? You might also find other people's values and how they impact you. So how do other people rate you? Do they have a high sense of esteem for you? So it also incorporates things like blame, shame, guilt, and anger. Now, the good news here, I think, is that the South Node is saying, you know what, you've done enough in this area right now, just let it go. You know, so you're kind of stepping out of the minds of other people, stepping out of their value systems, stepping out of maybe the shared assets that you've got, and putting more of your focus on what you're able to do, what you're able to produce. And of course, this is an ongoing cycle. You know, in 9 and a bit years' time, the roles will be reversed. The North Node will be up here, and the South Node will be down here. So you'll be learning the flip side of this. But right now, it's more about what you're able to generate for yourself and how you're going to transact and work with it. And like I said, it will be really, really helpful, because as you're working through these things, you know, other people's values, shared values that you're working with, and your own sense of self-esteem, when the North Node in 18 months' time comes across here, you'll have cleared out a lot of the gunk in your relationship so that you can enjoy a much clearer relationship with your spouse or your beloved partner or best friend. And similarly, you'll have a much clearer feel about who you are and your identity once you've got all these pesky value-based ideas out of the way. So it can be intense, because obviously we all need money to survive. However, it can be a very, you know, creative process. You know, one thing is for sure, this isn't the time to stick and cling to our rationality, our narrative, our clear idea of linear time and how things map out. You know, that's more of the Virgo territory. You know, the Virgo energy is very much about fixing things and making things fit for purpose. And when something doesn't quite, you know, fit our beautiful idea of what you know, a clean and clear space looks like, you know, it sticks out like a sore thumb. The sort of Virgo energy would be to go in and to fix it and tailor it and work out what's going on. But yeah, where the North Node is right now, it's like, come on, let's, you know, we're in this big world. We're all creating different things right now. And we need to trust each other. We need to trust what we're doing. We need to tune into ourselves. So the whole rational process is kind of less important. You know, and one of the reasons why you might need to be a bit more fluid and a little bit more accepting of things to do with money is because we are coming into quite a turbulent time, you know, in terms of world politics, world culture, and world peace, I guess you could say, world living. Humanity seems to be shifting in all sorts of different ways, and there's so many different values and judgments that people are holding about each other right now. So we're all living in the outcomes of those judgments we've all held on each other. And so, if there's market shifts, that will have a knock-on effect. There are going to be lots of different things going on right now that could affect the way you're earning your money, and how you feel in yourself. So yeah, this is a real sort of like deep time of change and learning. As the North Node cycle is always doing that to us. Now, what I wanted to share with you is the most important times during this 18-month period, because it's not all done and dusted in 18 months. There are some times that are a bit more intense and some that are a bit easier. So let me give you the dates of the easier ones first. Weirdly, I haven't written them down, but they are between, mid-April until mid-July of 2025. And then mid-October until mid-February 2026. And then from mid-March until July 2026. They are the calmer times when things are less hair-raising. And also they are the times when we're not being, like the karmic lessons don't seem to be playing out quite so personally for us. But the times when it's more personal, it feels like there's a lot to do, are between January and April 2025, July and October of 2025, and February and March of 2026. Now, January in 2025 and February of 2026, those two periods, they have a very similar signature. They're both about leaning into the lessons of the North Node. So during these times, you are leaning into the learning associated with your earnings and your ability to receive, your openness to receive, your openness to feel like you deserve, and also learning a lot about your self-esteem. So anywhere where you feel undeserving, anywhere where you have that whole heap of not good enough is likely to come up as a theme. So it's good to be aware of it, right? So if you are out and about and chatting to family, I think family brings up triggering a lot more than other people do. If you happen to be talking to your parents or siblings on the phone or something, and all of a sudden one of those old triggers comes back, you feel this like this kind of weird pain. Notice what you're noticing and sit down with it after and kind of journal it or consider it, breathe through it. I don't know what your process is, or chat with somebody else about it to try and unpack it, because the sooner you can unpack it, the easier it'll be. My experience is when you're not noticing these patterns, when you're ignoring them or sweeping them under the carpet, then life comes in to kind of wake you up on this point. So work with things as they arise. But it's very much getting you to reconsider how you're earning money, and how deserving you are to earn money, and also a lot about your self-esteem. Now, the reason for that is that the personal planets, so Mercury and Venus in the case of the first one, and Mercury, Venus and Mars in this particular one, and also the Sun and also the Moon, they're coming into conjunctions. So January to April, we've got the Sun making a conjunction with the North Node. We've got Venus making a conjunction, then going retrograde over the North Node, then going direct over the North Node. So we've got 3 lots of Venus conjunctions with the North Node. Then we've got Mercury going over the North Node, and then going retrograde back to the position of the North Node, the same degree as the North Node, and then moving forwards. So we've got a lot of Mercury North Node energy as well in this first 4-month period. Add to that the moon goes into a conjunction with the North Node and South Node each month. There's a lot going on, but there's more, because during this first period as well, the North Node and Neptune are coming into a conjunction. Now that only happens every 19 years or so. It's a very, very rare conjunction, and it really opens us up psychically, intuitively, to compassion, empathy. It really, really creates a huge shift in terms of our cosmic ability, our feeling of connection to people. Our boundaries are really, really down at that time. We really feel things. And so that's going to be opening us up quite quite in a strong way. I would say that's really got something to do with your self-esteem. You might get a breakthrough around that time. And then we've also got Saturn coming into, that's the last one, Saturn and the North Node coming into a conjunction. That is really, I think, giving us something kind of hard to learn. It's going to give us something that we remember. Maybe like something comes in and we finally get that lesson. We get this sense of, there's some real change that's taken place, but we're really leaning into it. And then all the planets keep moving, and then in July we get, by this time Mars is moving direct as well. So Mars makes the first conjunction to the South Node in opposition to the North Node. We're starting to release, we're recognizing our feelings about creating with the people in our life and sharing their resources, and all the kind of weird boundary issues and stuff that might exist, and also how we might exist in their personality, in their personal space, how we feel in their company, and so on and so forth. So it could bring up a lot of quite spiky feelings when Mars is making that conjunction to the South Node. Often with the South Node, especially in the 8th house, old people from the past, that we got baggage with, come up, like they pop up out of the ground to go, surprise, had you forgotten about me? It's like, I'd forgotten about that. So we've got Mars making that conjunction. The 10th and the 11th of September, we've then got the Sun and Mercury conjuncting the South Node, and being in opposition to the North Node. We've also got Venus on the 3rd of October. So again, we are considering what we need to release from our psychology and, our feelings about money, shared values with other people. Quite intense. Now, the last period of time is between February and March 2026. During that time, the North Node has moved quite considerably through the sign of Pisces, but we have Mars, Venus, Mercury, and obviously the Sun and the Moon a couple of times coming into that conjunction. So again, whoops, I've moved back too much. So we're getting a real sort of like reminder of where we might need to recognize our earning potential and really respect ourselves and the change we've been through. So it does feel like an ongoing story. It's like a hero's journey, to be fair. The last couple of things then, during these dates, there are some real dynamic times, and these are the dates of the eclipses. So we've got an eclipse in this first section here on the 14th and the 29th of March 2025. On the 7th and 21st of September, during this period of time when we're mainly releasing our feelings about stuff. And then again, between the 17th of February and the 3rd of March, we've got our first two eclipses of the 2026 eclipse season. So that's pretty strong too. Very, very dynamic growth going on during that time. And most likely some pretty big Earth world events as well. Very last thing, it's very rare to have Mars, Venus and Mercury in retrograde in the same season. But between January and April, it's very intense. Mars is retrograde as we start the year and goes direct from the 24th of Feb. Then there's a tiny gap between the 24th of February and the 2nd of March. So, it's so small. And then Venus and Mercury are tandem retrograding in the same space between 24 degrees Pisces up to 10 degrees Aries. That place is full of the Venus and Mercury activity between the 2nd of March and the 13th of April. So very exhausting, but very instructional. It's going to give you lots and lots to think about. Very, very last point I want to share with you, and that is, what were you doing between June 2006 and December 2007? Because that was the very last time that this North Node was in this position and the South Node was in this position. So that might give you, if you can remember what you were learning in terms of your earnings and shared resources with your partner, if you can see what you were learning during that time, that might give you a heads up. So there you go. Hope this sort of 18-month cycle free guide to the North Node in Pisces has been helpful. Wishing you a really successful and enjoyable time with this North Node in Pisces. So anyway, lots of love to you. Take care and catch you another time. Bye for now. Hey there, Pisces. So this is the one you might have been waiting for. This is wow. There's been so much going through your sign for a long time. You've had Neptune going through your sign. This is a massive year for you, I have to say. So you've had Neptune in the first house of your chart. You've also had Saturn also in the sign of Pisces. Now you're having the North Node coming in, just as in the same year that Pisces and Neptune are stepping out of your sign and then later going in. But there's a lot of movement going on, and as such, what that is meaning to me is anyone with a strong Pisces energy in their chart, in particular people with Pisces rising or Pisces sun, and a little less with Pisces moon. But if you've got something strong, if you've got Pisces nodes, that's going to be a really, really strong time for you. But this is a time of very, very deep change. Massive change, because this first house is about your identity, how you describe yourself, how you are in your body, what you feel like your personal mission is, like why are you here? It's really about your you meets your purpose and your body, and how it all gets molded together. It's huge. I do think we've been going through a lot to do with identity politics for such a long time. And to me, it feels like this is a very strong year for you because, with Neptune going through your first, that brings up quite a lot of confusion. It brings up so much change in how you feel, so much fluidity, and possibly confusion, because everything you're trying to make your own, everything you're trying to connect to and commit to, it almost seems quite elusive. And then Saturn coming from your first can give you such a strong need to really tighten down the messaging you might have about yourself. It's almost like if you have been trying to rebrand yourself or work out who you are, it would have been a nightmare, truly. So this is a year when things start to turn around for you. In fact, this isn't the year. This is an 18-month period, starting from today, the 11th of January, 2025, taking you right the way through to the 27th of July, 2026. So it's an just over 18-month cycle, taking the North Node from here to here and the South Node from the start of Virgo right the way through to the start of Leo. Now, during this time, the themes are very much about you versus everyone else, in particular your partner. And this you here is really showing what you understand about yourself, what you understand is included in you. And then I always think that this is like a mirror to us, this part here. This is our mirror, and our partners are our mirror to what we're not accepting in ourselves, what we're not including. So often, the things we notice about other people is how different they are to us. And, whenever you're noticing these different things, you might ask yourself, well, where does that exist within me? Why would I have mentioned it? So this is going to bring up quite a lot of mirror work. Now, if you want to know more about the North Node in general, like how it's calculated, the Sabian symbols for it, more about the overall cycle and so on and so forth, check out the earlier chapter, the part 1, which I think goes up to 1 hour 23. It's all chaptered, so you can pick the bits that you might need. But it would be worth it for you, seeing as this is such an important transit, to understand it at such a deep level, I think could be quite helpful. But the North Node is the node that we are leaning into more. It's the node that we want to include more of in our life and more focus, because where we're actively following the Pisces way of doing things, then life is bringing us the experience, and the experience that's going to grow us and move us forwards. And then the South Node over here is showing us what we need to release from our experience, maybe where we've been in our comfort zone for too long. And, we've got so comfortable that we're not growing anymore. Things come easy there, but we're actually trapped by what is easy. It's actually, it's not growing us at all. In fact, it's shrinking us by staying there. So, you know, we are encouraged to come out of the South Node and the Virgoan way of doing things and embrace the unknown with the North Node in Pisces. Now, the North Node in Pisces also has a lot to do with faith and trust. So it's like embrace, have faith and trust in the unknown. Very, very deep. So what I'm going to do in this is give you some more descriptions of how you might use this energy, how it might affect you, but then run through the busiest times in this next 18-month period. So, you know, when you're mainly leaning in to this experience, when you're releasing and when you're leaning in again. I'll give you a bit of a heads up. These times also include the eclipse seasons. So every year we have an eclipse season and then we have a second eclipse season 6 months later. And there's sometimes there's 3 eclipses as part of these seasons. So we've got 6 eclipses taking place within this particular nodal pattern. And they will be really dynamic times when things are shifting for you, much more so for you because these eclipses are taking place in your 1st or 7th house, approximately. You know, they are bringing up the energy of the nodes. So let's think of some other things to share. So, yeah, the next thing I want to ask you is what was going on for you around June 2006 to December 2007, because during that time, that was the last time the North Node was going through your 1st house and your South Node in your 7th house. So you'd have been going through a similar set of energies, and you'd have been encouraged to embrace the magic and mystery of who you are. You may well have gone through a time of intense scrutiny as to, you know, what your persona is about. And, you know, when I said intense scrutiny, interestingly, that's more about the Virgo energy rather than the Pisces. So you might have been intensely scrutinizing yourself, and actually things would have got easier when you were more accepting of all the different aspects of yourself. So let's talk about that now. So leaning into the North Node, then this 1st house. So like I said, the 1st house is about your persona, your personality, your appearance, your body and how you are related to your body. Like, are you very embodied? Are you very grounded in yourself? And possibly your brand as well might show up there as well. You know, what people know about you, and what you know about yourself. Now, I think it's usually easier when we can say, oh yeah, that's me. That's not me. That's really me. Yikes, that is definitely not me. Because we feel very, very defined at those times. And yet what's really going on here is you're very undefined. And like I said at the start of this particular forecast, with Neptune having come through this chart, you have become more and more undefined. And it's probably got harder rather than easier to know who you are. You probably have that as a question, you know, like a standing question. I just don't know who I am these days. I've got no idea who I am, what I need to do. You're already half the way there, actually. So this North Node in Pisces, I think, is going to give you a chance to embrace yourself, find yourself, know yourself at a much deeper level. However, you're not doing it in a linear, clear, real, practical way, which is more of a Virgo way of doing it. You're doing it by being open to different possibilities. And so one way you might do it is to say, I could be that. I could be this as well. I could be this, and this. And so, you know, almost I'm seeing it like you're looking at a menu of different characteristics. You know, maybe if you do one of those personality tests online, and it will tell you, you know, what your management style is, or this, that, and the other, you know, and you have to like rate yourself between 1, highly likely to, or you know, unlikely, and 5 is like definitely. So you might want to look at all those different descriptions and think, yeah, possibly I am that, possibly I am that, possibly I am this. And it's almost like you're deconstructing your personality, and kind of like opening it up to being everything. And so this is where this phrase comes in quite handy. And this is one that I learned from my good friend Sarah, who has studied access consciousness. And I think it originates from access consciousness, but it's, you know, where all is included, and I might have got this wrong, so please correct me if you know the real statement, but where everything is included and nothing is judged. So could you, for yourself, as your big gift to yourself, could you consider your personality and all the different traits of your personality, all the different ways of you looking and being in your body? Could you say, all is welcome, all is possible, all, you know, all is included and nothing is judged? If you could hold even your crappiest moments and your most delicious and divine characteristics, if you could hold them all as possibilities and as a real view of yourself, that's the first thing. So it's deconstructing your masks in many ways. It's taking off those masks and seeing yourself bare and raw, and realizing actually you could put any mask on at any time, and actually there are no masks, because your real face changes according to where you are, you know. And so maybe the kind of personal development you're going through right now is to get more multidimensionality, to understand yourself, that you are one person in one circumstance and another in another, and so on and so forth, exponentially. So the more you can explore new ways of being, journal about your feelings about it, and what you liked, what you maybe didn't like, the more you can accept all the different parts of you, the more easy this North Node is going to go. And here's what the North Node is likely to do. The more free and intuitive and magical you are about yourself, the more likely you are to have these defining events that are going to come in, these life-changing events that are going to come in and allow you to be your best in that particular moment. Because also, if you freed yourself up quite a bit from what you are and what you're not, you might find that a situation comes up where a different part of you can come forwards, and you realize, wow, I've been missing a trick. I've been denying this in myself. And, you know, this new you can come forwards in a bloody brilliant way. And you'll be like, flipping heck, I just didn't know I had that in me. Of course, you can't do that if you're judging yourself all the time. But if you chuck all those judgments out and, you know, consider accepting every part of yourself, then, you know, when life is throwing you these different sort of experiences, you've got a massive toolbox of options to use and enjoy. So again, the more fluid you are, and the more you believe that you have everything you need and you can respond beautifully in any single moment, the best of you is going to come forwards in a beautiful way. Now, at the same time, you're releasing from the South Node in Virgo. So the Virgo is like the judgments, the desire to get things right for people, to people please is a big one. Virgos are massive people pleasers, as are Pisces actually. But, you know, Virgos like to fix things as well, which doesn't help. So you might find, you know, like that you're, the part of you that is actively judging all the time and noticing the difference in other people, the more you can release that, the more you're freeing yourself up to be whoever you want to be. Because of course, if you're judging your partner as being a bit slapdash here and it's like, then you're not giving yourself permission to be slapdash, because once you've identified something as being kind of wrong or morally wrong, or maybe not very cool, you know, that's a message to your unconscious mind to stop doing that yourself. So the more you can accept the, you know, the cronky nose and the freaky hair or whatever it is that the people around you have, the more you can like appreciate the beauty of everyone in their own unique state, the more likely you are to do that to yourself. So again, you're coming out of this sort of judgment of other people. The more you're coming out of that judgment of other people, the more beautiful your relationship to self will be. Truly, you'll be coming into a much more beautiful connection with you. Now this is happening more between January and April and February and March, where you're leaning in. And the reason why is because the sun comes into a conjunction with the North Node around that time, because of the current position of the North Node. Then, Mercury and Venus are never far behind the sun or just ahead. So we've also got like Venus going into a conjunction with the North Node, then retrograding over the North Node, then going forwards over the North Node. So there's 3 lots of Venus. Similarly, Mercury goes over it, then retrogrades back to it, and then goes forwards. So there's a couple of Mercury touches there. Obviously, the moon makes a conjunction with the North Node and the South Node every month, kind of striking up that internal conversation over and over for the whole 18-month period. But there's more. Neptune is going to come into a conjunction with the North Node. And I really see that as a moment of expansion and forgiveness, deep levels of forgiveness to yourself and to others, like really giving yourself that free card. Like if you could, this is something else I got from my good friend Sarah, if and it's hard to do, and I tried to do it with my husband and failed, but I'm holding it as something to do with him at some point. But she said, what if when you fall out with yourself or fall out with the best person in your life, what if you could just pull out this card and say, okay, we are cleaning the slate of every single disagreement we've ever had with each other. We're cleaning the slate and saying we're drawing a line and we're not going to go back there now. We've gone over this ground so many times. We're not getting any clearer about it. So let's give each other permission to just completely clear the slate. So, Neptune and the North Node could have that kind of energy where it's like it's all nuked. It's all just, it all ripples out this like moment. It's a decision, isn't it? It's a choice. I choose peace for myself in this moment would be a fantastic decision to make. And then later on, we've also got Saturn coming into a conjunction with the North Node. And this is all happening between, the 11th of January, right the way up to mid-April. So there's a lot of changes going on. And then, as we come into July and October, we've got Mars coming into a conjunction with the South Node opposite the North Node, the Sun and Mercury at the same time connecting with the South Node in September in opposition to the North Node, and finally Venus in October. So again, during that time, that's our time to release our judgments of other people. You may well find there's a lot going on with the partners in your life at that juncture, that they are being especially annoying or difficult or obstructive, or something about your relationship isn't sitting well and you can't talk with them about it. There'll be lots of things, sort of bubbling up, but it's your reminder to completely accept yourself, to completely accept them. In the acceptance of them, you can accept yourself even more. So, the energy of this is to have an even stronger relationship to yourself and other people. And then finally, the Sun, Mercury, Venus and Mars will come into a conjunction with the North Node again in February, March of 2026, by which time the North Node has gone has gone significantly through this particular sign. Now, during these times, there are the eclipses as well. So in January to April, we've got 2 eclipses, one on the 14th and one on the 29th of March. There's a solar eclipse, which is a new moon, and a lunar eclipse, which is a full moon. Between July and October, there's an intense period on the 7th and 21st, but really between those dates, again, we've got a solar eclipse, which is a new moon, and a lunar eclipse, which is a full moon. And lastly, in between the February and March date of 2026, we've got 2 eclipses, one on the 17th of February, a solar eclipse, and one on I'm guessing it's a solar eclipse, but there is a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse, and one is the new moon and one is the full moon. So again, there's 2 eclipses, and these are really, really dynamic times that are absolutely kind of changing the way we are as humans on the planet. There are key things that are are going on outside, and it absolutely does impact us. And again, the more flexible we are, the more we are in our faith in the unknown, faith to not have it all mapped out about ourselves, the easier it is. The last thing I want to say, out of all these periods, the most intense one is the one we're in currently as of the 11th of April, because from January to April, as we went into the new year, Mars was already retrograde down here in this area of creativity for you. And, he's retrograde until the 24th of February. Then there's a tiny gap between the Venus, the start of, between Mars and Venus being retrograde. So there's just around about a week. And then on the 2nd of March, we've... Actually, it's not even a week because there's only 28 days in February. Oh, my goodness. So Venus goes retrograde on the 2nd from here. And then, goes direct on the 13th of April. Meanwhile, Mercury also does the same from the same degrees. So there's so much personal change going on between January and April. It's unreal. I've never seen it like this before. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, by the way. I will be recording lots more stuff for you very soon. But anyway, that was my check-in for you, Pisces. I hope that was helpful. I really, truly hope that was helpful, because this is the big one for you. This is like the nodal return in your house, in your sign, sorry. It is big. It's all about your identity. So once again, what were you doing in June 2006 to December 2007? What changes in your identity, in your relationships are coming up then? What did you need to learn? What could you have known that you know now back then that would have changed the outcomes between that time? All of that learning, you're coming around again to do, 19 years later. And of course, you're a different person now. So how can you apply what you learned before and make the most of it? So there you go. I hope that was helpful to you. So much love to you. And hopefully catch up with you all soon. Bye for now. Oh, so there you go. They were my thoughts about the cycle of the North Node going into Pisces and the South Node going into Virgo. I have got a playlist. It's a podcast on the North Node. So if you do want to do some more research about it, you can listen to my short podcasts, which are 15 minutes long, roughly, where, you can follow. If you know where your North Node is in your chart, you can listen to a podcast, say, if it's in the 3rd house, you listen to the North Node in the 3rd house, and so on and so forth. And that will also give you a lot more intel. They were recorded, I think, about 4 years ago, maybe a bit longer than that. So, my views have changed, and obviously we're always learning on the go. And obviously when I was recording them, I wasn't thinking about the astrology of 2025 and 2026. So, this forecast right now, these forecasts I've just done are really tailored to this time. But the North Node series, I still think carries a lot of weight. So please do feel free to use that. I'm glad to be back. I've had a bit of time off. I think it's a month since I last posted something astrological. So it's good to be back. I've done quite a lot of reviewing myself, and I will be sharing some of my thoughts as to how I want to proceed in this year ahead on this channel. But thanks for your support so far. Hope this is useful. Let's have a great year. Lots of love. Bye for now.